Chapter 850. Panga's Dharma idol was superior to Panga's physical body. Therefore, Feng Zichen could use Panga's Dharma idol to influence Panga's physical body and strengthen his power. At that time, Feng Zichen would be able to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to the best of his ability to distort the power of the curse. Moreover, with Panga's Dharma idol supporting Panga's physical body, even if Goddess Huta sensed that something was wrong, she would only think that Pangu had shown his spirit, and used the wizard tribe to deal with the chaos demon celestial. Therefore, she would not suspect Feng Zichen. In the realm C, as the final moment arrived, the chaos demon celestial suddenly shouted in unison, "Open!" Then, the mysterious runes of the great Tao engraved on the curse altar became brighter one after another, releasing wisps of mysterious radiance. At the same time, wisps of black flames rose from the curse altar. They were extremely blazing and released shocking fluctuations. In the black flames, the figure of the curse altar gradually became illusory, and the flames became more and more blazing. In the end, the figure of the curse altar completely disappeared, swallowed by the black flames. Rumble. At this time, the black flames swept up and turned into a strange light. It pierced through the layers of the void, and shot toward the 3 realms. At the moment when the light moved, Feng Zichen's eyelids suddenly twitched violently in the boundless starry sky. A sense of urgency as if death was approaching attacked his heart uncontrollably. It's coming. With a thought, Feng Zichen knew that the chaos demon celestial had finally accumulated his strength, and was about to attack him. Rumble. As soon as this thought appeared in Feng Zichen's mind, he heard a loud vibration at the edge of the 3 realms. A large area of space shattered, revealing a deep passage. Then, a strange light entered the 3 realms through this passage, and shot toward Feng Zichen at a speed that ignored space and time. A moment ago, the dim light was still outside the 3 realms, but in the next moment, the dim light had arrived in the heavenly realm, and was about to enter the boundless starry sky. Instinctively, Feng Zichen activated the power of the cosmic light galaxy array with all his might. In the boundless starlight, Panga's celestial being quietly appeared, standing tall in the boundless starry sky. Whoosh! Panga's divine being formed the Bujo seal. Instantly, an eternal and unmoving supreme force that could suppress the past, present, and future spread out and blasted towards the eerie light. Mount Bujo suppressed everything. This was a conceptual power that far surpassed all rules. Although the strange dim light did not suffer any damage after being struck by this force, the strength on its body, which ignored time and space, was suppressed. Without this power, the speed of the dim light immediately slowed down and became traceable. At this moment, Tao ancestor Hongjun finally realized what had happened. Not good, Ziwei is in danger. Subconsciously, Tao ancestor Hongjun wanted to help. But even though he was fast, someone was faster than him. Before Tao ancestor Hongjun could save her, the heavenly Tao had already taken over his body, and activated the fragment of the creation jade disc with all its might. Buzz buzz buzz. Under the full activation of the heavenly Tao, the fragment of the creation jade disc in Tao ancestor Hongjun's hand emitted an unprecedented light. Large amounts of mysterious runes were born, and gradually filled the gap of the creation jade disc. In the blink of an eye, the broken creation jade disc had already turned into a hole. Strands of light appeared and condensed on the creation jade disc, emitting a terrifying aura. On the creation jade disc, every ray of light represented a pre-celestial Tao. 3,000 rays of light were 3,000 pre-celestial Taos. In the hands of the heavenly Tao, these pre-celestial Taos gradually condensed into one. Kill. In the next moment, the heavenly Tao blasted out the 3,000 pre-celestial Taos that had condensed into one. Immediately, a resplendent brilliance erupted, illuminating half of the chaos outside. Amidst these lights, a torrent that was completely composed of pre-celestial Taos advanced towards the boundless starry sky in a mighty manner, and blasted towards the strange dim light that came from the realm C. The heavenly Tao was saving Great Emperor Ziwei, and it used all the power it could currently use as soon as it made a move. To the primeval world, Great Emperor Ziwei was extremely important. Therefore, when he was in danger, the heavenly Tao definitely couldn't sit idly by and do its best to save him. After the heavenly Tao made a move, Goddess Hutu in the netherworld also reacted. Thinking of her agreement with Great Emperor Ziwei, she made a move. 12 capital heaven divine banners flew out from the ancestral Magi Palace and inserted themselves around Goddess Hutu. With her as the center, they formed the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Rumble. In an instant, all the baleful aura between heaven and earth seemed to be guided by an inexplicable force and crazily surged towards the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. Then through the formation, it transformed into the purest energy and poured into Huta's body. Although the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation that was set up with 12 capital heaven divine banners was powerful, it could only deal with ordinary primordial chaos experts. It couldn't solve the problem that Feng Zichen was currently facing. Therefore, after setting up the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation, Goddess Hutu used herself as a carrier to guide the baleful aura between heaven and earth and Penga's power. Thus, she maximized the power of the 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation to reach a higher level. Roar. Inexplicably, a series of crazy roars sounded between heaven and earth. Then, the 12 capital heaven divine banners suddenly bloomed with light. Accompanied by the bright light, the shadows of 12 ancient demon gods walked out. They roared towards the sky as if they were venting their dissatisfaction and angrily rebuking the heavens for being unfair. These 12 ancient demon god shadows were undoubtedly the 12 ancestral magi. Except for Goddess Hutu and Xianming ancestral magi, the other 10 ancestral magi were currently in a state of death. Roar. After the ancestral magi's shadows appeared, they suddenly turned into rays of Tao light and merged into Goddess Huta's body. Then Goddess Huta's body suddenly changed. She became larger and larger. Large chunks of muscles bulged like mountains and were filled with the beauty of strength. Rumble. Amidst the roars of heaven and earth, Goddess Hutu completed her transformation and evolved into Penga's body. Her power had reached the level of Wuji Daoyuo Jingxian. Suppress. After Goddess Hutu condensed Penga's body, she didn't hesitate. She immediately followed the agreement with Feng Zichen. She held up the 6 paths of reincarnation disc with both hands and activated its power with all her might. At this moment, the power of the heavenly way came crashing down. The torrent of the great Tao drowned the light of the curse and quickly eliminated its power. Unfortunately, the power of the heavenly way was still too weak compared to the power of the great Tao. Even if she tried her best, she still couldn't eliminate the power of the curse. She could only eliminate part of it. Rumble. The power of the curse shook and shattered the torrent of the great Tao that drowned her. No, it was precisely because of this that the power of the curse was weakened by a lot. But this didn't affect it. It blasted towards Feng Zichen. Crack. Crack. The power of the curse continued to blast forward. The powerful force directly tore through the boundless starry sky and blasted towards Feng Zichen, who was sitting cross-legged on the Emperor's star with an unimaginable power. At this moment, Feng Zichen's first reaction was not to activate Penga's Dharma idol to resist. Instead, he transferred his innate indestructible true spirit to his clone, and abandoned this Tao body to face the tribulation. But in the blink of an eye, Feng Zichen gave up this idea. This power of the curse was directly targeted at his true spirit. No matter how he hid, he couldn't escape the curse's lock. Transferring his true spirit to his clone didn't have much use other than exposing his clone. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen no longer hesitated. His spiritual power connected the heavens and the earth. Combining the power of the heavens and the earth, he performed the supreme Penga's Dharma idol. However, after the Penga's Dharma idol was born, Feng Zichen didn't use it to resist the power of the curse. Instead, he used it to connect with the Penga's body that Goddess Hutu condensed. An unimaginable power surged out from the Penga's Dharma idol. Following the connection, it poured into the Penga's body, causing its power to soar in a short period of time. It faintly came into contact with the level of the creation realm. This is the power of Father God. Even Father God was alarmed. Is he going to help Ziwei survive this death tribulation? This power that suddenly came was so familiar and so great. In an instant, Goddess Hutu understood its origin. This was the power that belonged to Penga's father. Then, Goddess Hutu came to the conclusion that Father God was protecting Ziwei. Thinking of this, Goddess Hutu no longer held back. Her power that was almost comparable to the creation realm surged out and poured into the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Rumble. At this moment, the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, the only remaining chaos treasure, was completely restored. Waves of terrifying power of reincarnation surged out from its body, distorting time and space, distorting the rules, and even the great Tao. Just as the power of the curse was about to approach Feng Zichen's body, the majestic power of reincarnation surged over and formed a huge Tao wheel outside Feng Zichen's body. The Tao wheel of reincarnation. With the power of the creation realm, Feng Zichen activated a chaos treasure with all his strength. The power that erupted from it could definitely injure an expert of the same level. This power could injure a supreme expert of the creation realm. It was even stronger than the attack of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. The power of the curse came and collided with the wheel of reincarnation. Then, both of them shattered at the same time. Terrifying waves of energy exploded. Everything in the surroundings became blurry. All concepts were distorted and could no longer be seen. Turn. Just as outsiders were unable to see into the boundless starry sky, Feng Zichen used the last of his strength to control the power of reincarnation to return the power of the curse to its origin and transform it into a wisp of the chaos demon god's true spirit. The power of reincarnation had no beginning and no end. It was the most mysterious power in the world. It contained everything and was on the same level as the power of the great Tao. When this power was unleashed at full strength, it could also distort the power of the great Tao. Unfortunately, Feng Zichen's comprehension of the power of reincarnation wasn't deep enough, and the power that he could mobilize was too little. Therefore, this kind of tracing back to the origin was only temporary and not eternal. Rumble. After a breath, the numerous true spirits of the chaos demon god formed by the power of the curse suddenly trembled. They were about to merge into one and become the power of the curse again. However, how could Feng Zichen, who had turned the power of the curse into the true spirit of the chaos demon god with great difficulty, allow this to happen? At the critical moment, Feng Zichen flipped his hand and took out his Tao-proving treasure, Hongming Daozhong. Remember, the condition for Hongming Daozhong to advance from a Khanate treasure to a chaos treasure was to devour the true spirits of 3,000 chaos demon gods. The more it devoured, the stronger the power of Hongming Daozhong would be. From there, it would reach perfection and advance to a chaos treasure. Now, although the true spirits of the chaos demon gods were weak, there were enough of them. After devouring them, even if Hongming Daozhong couldn't advance to a chaos treasure, it could still advance to a chaos spirit treasure. And this was all planned by Feng Zichen. As early as when he saw these chaos demon gods cursing him with their true spirits, Feng Zichen made this plan to let Hongming Daozhong devour the true spirits of these chaos demon gods to complete the transformation. He asked Goddess Hutu to activate the 6 paths of reincarnation because of this plan. With Feng Zichen's ability, it was impossible for him to turn the true spirit of the chaos demonic god, which had been transformed into the power of the curse, back into a true spirit. Even if he could temporarily stand in the creation realm, it was impossible. Therefore, Feng Zichen thought for a while and set his eyes on the 6 paths of reincarnation. He couldn't do this, but the 6 paths of reincarnation could. Under the great Tao, no one could transcend reincarnation. With the power of reincarnation, the true spirits of the chaos demon gods that had evolved into curse power would be reversed and then devoured by Hongming Daozhong. This was a very bold plan. If it succeeded, the benefits Feng Zichen would get would be beyond imagination. Similarly, if it failed, he would also have to pay an unimaginable price. That's right, he was taking a gamble. How could there be no risks in cultivation? Feng Zichen's gamble succeeded. The curse power was reversed by him into the true spirits of the chaos demon gods. The speed at which the curse power was reversed into the true spirits of the chaos demon gods was very fast. Similarly, the speed at which the true spirits of the chaos demon gods evolved into curse power again was also very fast. This meant that Feng Zichen didn't have much time to let Hongming Daozhong devour these chaotic true spirits one by one. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Therefore, Feng Zichen did something shocking again. He pinched a Taoist seal with his hand and pointed at Hongming Daozhong. Explode! After he finished speaking, this life treasure that had followed Feng Zichen for many years suddenly exploded and turned into Hongming Qi that swept across the sky, drowning the chaotic true spirits that were about to merge into one again. In the Hongming Qi, these chaotic true spirits couldn't even protect themselves, let alone turn into curse power again. They could only be slowly refined and devoured by Hongming Qi. After the Hongming Qi devoured all these chaotic true spirits and turned them into Hongming Daozhong again, it would be the time for him to complete his promotion. It's over. At this time, Feng Zichen's tensed heart finally relaxed. The curse power was obliterated, and he had survived this calamity. However, as soon as Feng Zichen had this thought, he felt as if he was in an ice cellar, and a great chill rose in his heart. Chapter 851. No, the death trial was not over yet. The killing move of the demon god of chaos was not that simple. Feng Zichen was careless. How could the killing move created by thousands of demon gods of chaos be so simple? Even if the demon god of chaos was injured, he was still a demon god of chaos, a life nobler than Feng Zichen. Rumble. At the moment when the power of the curse was broken, a supreme majesty that was more powerful than Pangu suddenly descended. It ignored all the defenses and directly attacked Feng Zichen, who was completely unprepared. Danger, unprecedented danger. Under the crisis of life and death, Feng Zichen broke out all his potential and desperately activated Pangu's Dharma Laksana. The power that was comparable to the creation realm gathered around him and formed a powerful defense. At the same time, Feng Zichen also recognized the origin of the power that attacked him. It was the power of the Great Way, which was summoned by thousands of demon gods of chaos together. The so-called power of the curse was just a cover to hide the existence of the power of the Great Way. The power of the Great Way was the real killing move of the demon god of chaos to deal with Feng Zichen. In the end, Feng Zichen was careless. After defeating the demon god of chaos several times, he became more and more contemptuous of the demon god of chaos. However, Feng Zichen had forgotten that those were the chaos demon gods. Even the weakest of them in the past had power far beyond that of a Wuji golden immortal. They were truly peerless masters in the creation realm, or even stronger. Even if they had fallen into the mortal world, and their strength was only comparable to that of Daoyuo Jingxian, their essence would not change and they would still be far more powerful than the creatures of the untainted land. How could it be so easy for the demon god of chaos to kill a person if he was determined to do so? They were the successors of the Great Way, and could summon the power of the Great Way. Layers of defense rose around Feng Zichen's body. Every layer of defense was formed by Panga's Dharma idol and Panga's Abhijna in the past. They could withstand a strike from the creation realm. However, the supreme defense that could block a strike from an expert of the creation realm could not give Feng Zichen the slightest sense of security. As the might of the Great Path came crashing down, the sense of crisis in Feng Zichen's heart did not lessen. Instead, it became even stronger. There was a voice in the unseen world that kept telling Feng Zichen that under the bombardment of the Great Path, he would die, even with the protection of Panga's Dharma power. In front of the Great Path, everything was but an ant. Even someone as powerful as Pangu was no match for the Great Path, let alone someone as insignificant as Feng Zichen. He could not withstand the might of the Great Path. After understanding this, Feng Zichen made a prompt decision to abandon this supreme body that was comparable to a primordial treasure. His innate indestructible true spirit left his body and escaped into the turbulent Hongming Qi around him. In an instant, all kinds of understanding of the Hongming Great Path floated in Feng Zichen's heart, causing his innate indestructible true spirit to gradually change. It turned into wisps of Hongming Qi and merged with the surrounding Hongming Qi. The Hongming Qi was a power equal to the power of the Great Path, and belonged to the eternal level. It was also the only power in Feng Zichen's body that could contend with the might of the Great Path. Rumble. The might of the Great Path came crashing down. Around Feng Zichen, the powerful defense that Panga's Dharma form had set up with Panga's divine sense collapsed layer by layer. It was completely unable to contend with the might of the Great Path. After that, the might of the Great Path did not diminish and blasted Feng Zichen's body. Feng Zichen's powerful body, which was comparable to a primordial treasure, was easily torn apart by the might of the great path like a piece of paper. Then, it disintegrated and turned into a rain of blood. It was obliterated by the might of the great path, until it completely disappeared. It was a terrifying power. It should be known that Feng Zichen was most proud of his physical body. No matter how many saints besieged him, no one could break through his body. But now, his pride was shattered by the might of the great path. He could not resist at all. Rumble. After destroying Feng Zichen's body, the power of the might of the great path was still not exhausted. Following the mysterious connection, it locked onto the place where Feng Zichen's innate true spirit had last disappeared and blasted toward the Qi of Hongming ahead. Suppress. At this moment, Panga's Dharma form, which stood outside the heavens and earth, suddenly seemed to come alive. A supreme Tao sound came from its mouth. Powerful energy surged out of its body and formed a mysterious Tao seal. It stood in front of the Qi of Hongming, trying to block the mighty might of the great path. Rumble. The might of the great path came crashing down. Although it tore the mysterious Tao seal into pieces, most of its power was also dissipated. However, the remaining power still blasted toward the Qi of Hongming. Sensing the danger, Feng Zichen gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength. At the cost of burning his innate true spirit, he gained unparalleled power in exchange for Hongming's Qi of Hongming around him to meet the incoming might of the great path. Fortunately, after being weakened several times, the power of the might of the great path was almost exhausted. Although it was still dangerous, under Feng Zichen's all-out effort, it was difficult to pose a fatal threat to him. Rumble. The Qi of Hongmeng surged like a purple ocean, carrying with it the power to assimilate everything. It surged mightily toward the might of the great path. These two supreme powers met in the starry sky and collided fiercely. There was no explosion of powerful waves. Instead, they merged together silently, entangling and devouring each other. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit was unable to extricate itself from the Qi of Hongmeng. Instead, it was wrestling with the might of the great path. Looking at the situation, Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit would not be able to extricate itself from the Qi of Hongmeng if the might of the great path could not be extinguished. It would be trapped inside forever. Feng Zichen observed silently for a moment, and found that the competition between the Qi of Hongmeng and the might of the great path was in a stalemate. One devoured the other, and the other devoured the other. There was no hope of victory at all. If this situation continued, Feng Zichen would have no hope of extricating himself in this lifetime. But how could he just watch this stalemate continue? Feng Zichen was not a person who was willing to be trapped. With a thought, Feng Zichen activated the backup plan that he had left behind. The clone that he had previously condensed with the same combat strength as himself suddenly stepped out of the palace of heaven and took over the boundless starry sky. It reactivated the galaxy of cosmic light array. In an instant, endless starlight surged and poured into the Qi of Hongmeng, strengthening its power and helping it to devour the might of the great path. However, the level of the Qi of Hongmeng was too high. Even if it devoured the power of the starlight in the sky, it was just a drop in the bucket. Although it was useful, it would not be effective in a short period of time. Feng Zichen silently calculated. With the support of the boundless starry sky, it would take at least tens of millions of years for the Qi of Hongmeng to refine the might of the great path. Tens of millions of years. This was a period of time that Feng Zichen could not accept. But fortunately, due to the support of the boundless starry sky, the pressure of the Qi of Hongmeng was slightly relieved. Feng Zichen was finally able to divert a bit of his attention and establish contact with his clone. Then, Feng Zichen used the power of his clone to deduce a way to escape. However, no matter how he deduced, he could not find a way to escape in a short period of time. But Feng Zichen calculated that being trapped in the Qi of Hongmeng was not a bad thing for him. Feng Zichen's true spirit had merged with the Qi of Hongmeng. This meant that when the Qi of Hongmeng devoured the might of the great path, he could also gain some benefits. The might of the great path was an extraordinary power. As long as a trace of it was refined, there would be endless benefits. Moreover, The Qi of Hongmeng and the might of the Great Path belonged to the supreme power of the eternal level. When the two entangled with each other, there would be all kinds of mysteries. Feng Zichen was able to observe the battle between the two at a close distance. It would definitely help him understand the mysteries of the two. If he could catch a glimpse of the mysteries of the eternal level, it would not be a loss even if he fell once. In addition to the might of the Great Path, there were also traces of the chaotic true spirits of thousands of chaos demon gods in the Qi of Hongmeng. When the Qi of Hongmeng was devouring the might of the Great Path, it was also devouring them. No, that was not right. In addition to the Qi of Hongmeng, the might of the Great Path was also devouring the chaotic true spirits of these chaos demon gods. Otherwise, how could a rootless duckweed's might of the Great Path be in a stalemate with the Qi of Hongmeng for tens of millions of years? Feng Zichen, who had merged with the Qi of Hongmeng, would be able to gain benefits no matter whether the Qi of Hongmeng devoured the chaotic true spirits of the chaos demon gods, or the might of the Great Path. He would either gain a deeper understanding of the Tao of Hongmeng, or gain a better understanding of the Great Path. In short, when the Qi of Hongmeng completely devoured the might of the Great Path and the chaotic true spirits of the chaos demon gods, Feng Zichen would be able to break free and achieve the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. This calamity was Feng Zichen's calamity and also his opportunity. If he could not overcome it, he would die. If he could overcome it, he would be able to achieve the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. But now Feng Zichen had obviously overcome the calamity and was reincarnated. His opportunity came naturally. He was now transforming into the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian and was about to break free. If he could achieve the realm of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian after being trapped for tens of millions of years, anyone would happily agree to such a good thing. But Feng Zichen would not. At present, the untainted land was going through an unprecedented change. How could he miss it and cultivate in seclusion peacefully for tens of millions of years? Moreover, his body was completely destroyed by the might of the Great Path, and there was no possibility of recovery. After breaking free, Feng Zichen would have to refine his body, which would take tens of thousands of years. What's more, the demon gods of chaos were still eyeing him covetously. If they found that Feng Zichen had not died but had obtained a great opportunity, would they continue to take revenge? At that time, Feng Zichen was trapped and had no freedom. In the face of the revenge of the demon gods of chaos, he was really helpless. As an old cunning man, Feng Zichen would not put himself in a passive situation. Therefore, he was unwilling to be trapped here. He wanted to break free, but it was not easy to break free. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen made up his mind and activated the Dharma form of Pengu again with the help of the power of his doppelganger. With his cultivation at the 9th heaven of Hunyuan, he could not figure out a way to break free. But with the vision of Pengu's Dharma form of creation, he should be able to figure out a way to break free. With this thought, the power of heaven and earth had condensed into a mass under the guidance of the cosmic light formation of the Milky Way. An incomparably huge Dharma form of Pengu appeared again, and stood between heaven and earth. Rumble. In the void that no one could see, Pengu's Dharma form suddenly operated. Endless power gushed out of his body and spread to every corner of time and space, searching for all the futures that Feng Zichen could possibly break free. However, after searching for a long time, Feng Zichen saw many futures where he could successfully break free and become the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. But that was thousands of years later. As for the futures that could break free in a short time, Feng Zichen did not find any. After searching for a while, Feng Zichen still could not find the future he wanted to see. Just as he was gradually disappointed, he saw Haotian by chance. It was the future Haotian. He was achieving Tao and breaking through the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. With Haotian's accumulation, he did not encounter any accidents during this period. He completed the breakthrough smoothly and stepped into the realm of Hunyuan that he had always dreamed of. At this time, according to the normal operating rules of heaven and earth, Haotian achieved Tao and cultivated to the level of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. He should transcend, step down from the position of Celestial Emperor, and go to the chaos to cultivate. After that, Great Emperor Ziwei ascended the throne and became the new Celestial Emperor. However, in this future, Feng Zichen was trapped and could not break free. He could not replace Haotian and become the new celestial emperor. However, heaven and earth could not be without a ruler for a day. Great Emperor Ziwei did not appear for a long time. The heavenly axiom had no choice but to choose a new celestial emperor. For this reason, the three realms entered an era of struggle for hegemony. Strong people from all walks of life appeared one after another to compete for the position of celestial emperor. In the realm of creation, Feng Zichen's vision was forcibly broadened, and his wisdom grew. The moment he saw Haotian achieve Dao, he deduced a very feasible escape plan and quickly perfected it. At the same time, in the long river of time and space, a new future about Feng Zichen gradually emerged. At first, it was incomparably illusory, and then it gradually solidified. In the end, as Feng Zichen perfected his escape plan, the new future also became abnormally huge, occupying more than half of Feng Zichen's future. This showed that this future had become mainstream, and the possibility of it becoming true was very high. Rumble. At this time, Feng Zichen's incarnation, because it could not withstand the supreme power of Panga's Dharma form, suddenly collapsed and turned back into the origin of stars. At the same time, in front of Feng Zichen's eyes, all the futures were being retracted, and the long river of time and space also faded, and soon it was completely invisible. Looking at the shattered incarnation, Feng Zichen's eyes flickered, and immediately made up his mind to follow the plan that he had just deduced. With a thought, Feng Zichen began to gather the origin of stars formed after the shattered incarnation. However, he did not recondense it into an incarnation. Instead, he integrated it into the qi of Hongmeng, and exchanged it for a wisp of his innate true spirit. Feng Zichen's incarnation's combat power was comparable to that of the ninth heaven of Hunyuan. In order to refine it, Feng Zichen had consumed countless treasures of heaven and earth. The origin contained in it could resurrect several Daluo Jinxian. Chapter 852. The qi of Hongmeng had only devoured 2/3 of the origin, but its power had grown significantly. It gradually gained the upper hand in the battle with the might of the Great Path. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit in the qi of Hongmeng vibrated. It resonated with the origin formed by the incarnation, and surged with a powerful force. Rumble. The qi of Hongmeng and the might of the Great Path trembled at the same time. It was as if an unknown change had occurred. The battle between them became even more intense as they frantically devoured each other. At this moment, Feng Zichen's innate undying true spirit seized the opportunity, and forcibly separated a wisp of his true spirit from the qi of Hongmeng. Wrapped in a wisp of refined might of the Great Path, it rushed out of the boundless starry sky and fell towards the untainted land. After losing this wisp of Feng Zichen's true spirit, the power of Hongmeng's qi had decreased. However, because it had devoured Feng Zichen's incarnation, its power had not decreased by much. It was still able to suppress the might of the Great Path. Gradually, the restless two sides gradually calmed down and returned to a state of stalemate. However, upon closer inspection, one could still see that in the battle between the two sides, the qi of Hongmeng had gradually gained the upper hand. The might of the Great Path's defeat was already foreseeable. Just before Feng Zichen's wisp of innate undying true spirit escaped from the boundless starry sky, the great masters of the untainted land finally realized what had happened. A peerless powerhouse had attacked Great Emperor Ziwei. During this time, Dao ancestor Hongjun and goddess Hudu had stepped in to save him. Even so, the terrifying attack still rushed into the boundless starry sky and brazenly attacked Great Emperor Ziwei. Immediately, in the boundless starry sky, an unimaginable wave of energy erupted. Then all concepts were distorted. The terrifying power boiled in the boundless starry sky, causing everything to disappear. Even so, the great masters of the untainted land, including the sages and Dao ancestor Hongjun, were still under great pressure as they stared at the boundless starry sky. They were waiting for the result. Under such a terrifying attack, would Great Emperor Ziwei be able to survive? They were all shrewd people. When they saw the unimaginable attack, they had already guessed that the attacker was the Chaos Demon Celestial. After all, no one in the untainted world could unleash such terrifying power. No one knew what Ziwei the Great had done to force the demon god of chaos to use such a method to kill him. However, although they did not know the exact situation, everyone knew that this should be a good thing for the primordial world. If Great Emperor Ziwei had not forced the chaos demonic celestial into a corner, they would not have ended up like this. Therefore, the demon god of chaos must have suffered a great loss. Wasn't it a great thing for the untainted land? It was a pity for Great Emperor Ziwei. That attack was so powerful that he might not be able to withstand it. However, it didn't matter. Ziwei the Great's cultivation had long reached the immortal realm. Even if he perished this time, he would be resurrected after a few million years. Moreover, unlike Dijun and the others, Great Emperor Ziwei was a meritorious person. No one dared to stop his resurrection. Even the heavenly path would take the initiative to help Great Emperor Ziwei resurrect. This meant that the resurrection of Great Emperor Ziwei would be much easier than that of ordinary people. Just as everyone was pondering, the terrifying fluctuation in the boundless starry sky lasted for a moment and suddenly disappeared. Then, everyone saw that in the center of the boundless starry sky, the incomparably brilliant Ziwei star's radiance had suddenly dimmed significantly. Seeing this scene, everyone realized that something must have happened to Great Emperor Ziwei. Otherwise, the Ziwei star that symbolized his fate would not have dimmed for no reason. However, although the Ziwei star had dimmed, there were no signs of manifestation between heaven and earth. This meant that although something had happened to Great Emperor Ziwei, he had not perished. He was most likely seriously injured, or perhaps even more seriously. In short, his condition was not good. Just as everyone was speculating about Great Emperor Ziwei's condition, a ray of purple divine light suddenly fell from the boundless starry sky. It fell toward the untainted land, and immediately disappeared into the mortal world. Seeing this ray of purple light, everyone's expression changed drastically. This was because they recognized the origin of that ray of purple light. It was a wisp of the true spirit of Great Emperor Ziwei. His true spirit had fallen into the mortal world. Great Emperor Ziwei was going to reincarnate and cultivate again. What happened to Great Emperor Ziwei? He was actually forced to separate a wisp of his true spirit to reincarnate and cultivate again. It seemed that this imperial emperor's condition was much more serious than they had imagined. Thinking of this, everyone unleashed their magical powers. 2 rays of divine light shot out from their eyes as they looked toward the boundless starry sky. However, at this moment, the backup plan left behind by Feng Zichen was activated. Zhouxing rotated, and the galactic cosmic light formation spread out. It sealed off the boundless starry sky once again, completely severing its connection with the outside world. Everyone looked over. Other than the resplendent starlight, they could not see anything else. The moment the boundless starry sky was sealed, another ray of purple brilliance fell from the starry sky and flew toward the underworld. It fell into the reincarnation palace and disappeared. Looking at this scene with a frown, everyone thought for a while and understood the reason. This ray of purple brilliance was probably the reward for Goddess Huta's help. No wonder no one reacted when Great Emperor Ziwei was in trouble this time. However, Goddess Hutu was able to help in time. It turned out that the two of them had already reached an agreement in secret. That ray of purple brilliance was the last remaining power of Feng Zichen's incarnation. It was about 1/5 of it, and it was enough for Hutu to revive ancestral shaman Di Jiang. Feng Zichen was a man of his word. How could he go back on his word? Since he had already promised Goddess Hutu that as long as he helped, he would help revive ancestral shaman Di Jiang regardless of whether he succeeded or not. Now Goddess Hutu had already made a move and fulfilled her promise. Feng Zichen naturally would not go back on his word. He deliberately left behind a portion of his incarnation's power to help Goddess Hutu revive ancestral shaman Di Jiang. Ancestral shaman Di Jiang was in existence in the primordial chaos realm. Although it was difficult to revive him, the 12 ancestral shaman palaces had been established for so long. It was not without effect. They had long accumulated a lot of power in secret. Now, with a portion of Feng Zichen's incarnation's origin, it was not difficult to revive Di Jiang. It was estimated that in less than 10,000 years, ancestral shaman Di Jiang would return. However, Di Jiang's return might not be a bad thing for the demon clan. Instead, it might be a good thing. After Di Jiang's revival, the pressure on the demon clan would undoubtedly increase greatly. There might even be the power to exterminate the demon clan. At this time, in order to balance the heavenly Tao, the demon clan's destiny would also carry out a final struggle. There was an 80% chance that Dijun would be revived. This was a foreseeable future. It was also the general trend that could not be violated. Primordial Chaos Daoyuo Jinxian was known to be indestructible. After such a figure fell, he would basically return. It was easier said than done to stop him. They could stop him for a while, but they definitely could not stop him forever. In fact, after the return of Donghuang Tai, Dijun's revival was already foreseeable. The only difference was that it would happen sooner or later, and the revival of Dijiang would only accelerate this process. Silently, the figure of Tao ancestor Hongjun appeared outside the boundless starry sky. He wanted to enter the boundless starry sky to check the true situation of Great Emperor Ziwei. Unfortunately, even someone as powerful as him was blocked by the galaxy of cosmic light array and could not enter. After using his magical power, Tao ancestor Hongjuan's eyes turned completely purple. It was as if they had been replaced by the heavenly Tao. They did not contain the slightest emotion and were incomparably cold. At this moment, in the boundless starry sky, the situation suddenly changed. Zhouxing trembled together, each releasing a wisp of origin. It gathered on Ziwei star, forming a wonderful scene. It was a great god. His figure was incomparably tall, even larger than Zhouxing. He sat cross-legged in the middle of the boundless starry sky. However, his condition was very bad. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was in a deep sleep. His body also became incomparably illusory, as if he would dissipate at any time. However, as this god breathed, the surrounding essence of the stars all poured into his body, helping him stabilize his body. This caused his condition to gradually develop in a good direction. Seeing this scene, Tao ancestor Hongjun let out a long sigh of relief. Something had obviously happened to Great Emperor Ziwei, and it was very serious. His physical body had been destroyed, his divine consciousness had fallen into a deep sleep, and his innate indestructible true spirit was dim and lightless. It was like an illusion that could shatter at any time. Fortunately, although these problems were serious, they were not fatal. With the nourishment of the boundless starry sky, it would not be long before Great Emperor Ziwei's divine consciousness awakened, and he would find a way to restore his physical body. This scene was specially condensed by Feng Zichen so that outsiders could see it. To be more precise, it was for Tao ancestor Hongjun to see. Before leaving, Feng Zichen knew that if Tao ancestor Hongjun could not see his condition, he would definitely not be at ease. Therefore, this scene was created to deal with Tao ancestor Hongjun. After confirming Great Emperor Ziwei's condition, Tao ancestor Hongjun nodded and said to everyone, "You don't have to worry. Although Great Emperor Ziwei's injuries are serious, they are not fatal. In addition to the nourishment of the boundless starry sky, there shouldn't be any major problems. You will be able to see him during the next sparring session." The next sparring session? That would be 1,000,000 years later. In other words, it would take Great Emperor Ziwei 1,000,000 years to recover from his injuries, even under the treatment of the boundless starry sky. From the looks of it, Great Emperor Ziwei's injuries were indeed very serious. Even if Wuji Daoyuo Jinxian went all out to treat him, it would still take 1,000,000 years. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his life was hanging by a thread. Although this was what everyone thought, they did not forget to say, "Hearing that the emperor is fine, poor Wei and the others are relieved. It's a pity that our strength is too weak. When the emperor was in trouble this time, we couldn't intervene. It's really detestable." Great Emperor Ziwei's status was equal to that of a Tao ancestor. The respect that he deserved was not lacking. After complaining indignantly for a while, everyone dispersed. However, there was one thing that was buried in the bottom of everyone's hearts. They did not say it out loud. And that was where the reincarnated true spirit of Great Emperor Ziwei had reincarnated to, and what kind of changes would it bring to the current 3 realms. It was an eventful time. The reincarnation of Great Emperor Ziwei, who carried the number 1 providence in the primordial world, would probably cause huge waves in the 3 realms. Netherworld realm, Reincarnation Palace. Looking at the origin of heaven and earth in her hand, Huda's eyes could not hide the joy in them. Fellow Taoist Ziwei is indeed a trustworthy person. With this origin of heaven and earth, the day of Big Brother's return will not be far. After saying that, Goddess Huta picked up the Dijiang banner and went to the Dijiang temple to prepare the matters of reviving ancestral shaman Dijiang. Goddess Huta was worried about leaving the matter of the revival of Dijiang to her people, so she would complete all the preparations. At this time, where was Feng Zichen's reincarnated true spirit? He had not had the time to reincarnate, and was still in the unknown void. Now he had the two powers of Hongming's Qi and the power of the Great Tao. Even if the Heavenly Tao personally made a move, it would be impossible to calculate everything about his true spirit. However, it was also because of this that Feng Zichen encountered a big problem. Before he left, he took away a trace of the power of the Great Tao. He was prepared to refine it to strengthen the foundation of this connate indestructible true spirit. However, he did not expect that after Feng Zichen took away this trace of the power of the Great Tao, Hongming's Qi sensed it, and also separated a trace of Hongming's Qi. It followed Feng Zichen's true spirit, and left the boundless starry sky. At this moment, these two powers, Hongming's Qi and the power of the Great Tao, used Feng Zichen's connate indestructible true spirit as a battlefield, and engaged in a life-and-death battle. No one was willing to submit to the other, and wanted to devour the other. Because of this, Feng Zichen was affected and could not reincarnate for a long time. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. Before the outcome of these two powers could be decided, it would be difficult for Feng Zichen to reincarnate. He had no choice but to help Hongming's Qi devour the power of the Great Tao with all his might. However, this would take time. No matter what, even if Feng Zichen's reincarnation was delayed, it would take at least thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Just as Feng Zichen was feeling anxious because he had not reincarnated for a long time, the great masters who had returned to the dojo to cultivate in seclusion flashed through their minds from time to time. At first, these great masters were only thinking about the purpose of Feng Zichen's reincarnation. However, as they thought about it, their thoughts began to wander. Then they associated it with themselves. Boom! It was like a clap of thunder that exploded in the hearts of these great masters, dispelling the fog in their hearts. Yes, it was reincarnation. The so-called verification of the Great Tao. How to verify it? Naturally, it was to verify it with heaven and earth and with everyone. However, it was easy to verify it with heaven and earth, but difficult to verify it with everyone. They could not fight with everyone, right? Not to mention whether this would work or not. At the very least, the Heavenly Tao would not agree to let them, these great masters, engage in a chaotic battle in the primordial world. If they really did that, they would probably not be able to break through to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian in this lifetime. Since they could not fight, how could they verify the Great Tao with everyone? From Feng Zichen's actions, the great masters obtained inspiration, and that was reincarnation. Everyone separated a wisp of their true spirits and reincarnated to the lower realm. With the human world as the battlefield and the Great Tao as the ideal, they would have a silent battle of ideals. In this way, everyone would constantly verify themselves and perfect their Tao in the battle of ideals. From then on, they would break through to become primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. P.S. It's the end of the month. By the way, what's the name of the protagonist after he reincarnates? This is difficult for me. Chapter 853. Thinking of this, these great beings were all excited and could not hide the excitement in their hearts. Immediately, these great beings used their magical powers to deduce the feasibility of this method. If the heavenly secrets showed that there was no problem, they would put it into action. At this time, the discussion had just ended, and the world was clear. It was the time when the heavenly secrets were the clearest. The great beings deduced the heavenly secrets at this time, and quickly got the answer they wanted. The reincarnation method was indeed feasible. Not only that, the great beings not only confirmed the feasibility of this method from the heavenly secrets, but they also perfected the details. For example, where to reincarnate. Where was the most suitable place to spread the idea and verify the Great Tao? They all got the answer from the heavenly secrets. The answer was the Central Divine Prefecture, which was the human race. The Central Divine Prefecture was the center of the human world, and also the place where the luck of the three realms gathered. The human race was the main character of the world. Only such a place where luck favored could give birth to countless heroes, and create a place that could bear the verification of the great Tao. The human race? It's a little troublesome. After coming back to their senses from the heavenly mystery, the group of great divine ability cultivators all revealed looks of contemplation. The Central Divine Prefecture and the human race were the human emperor's territory. If they did not inform him, they would reincarnate directly. It would be fine if the human emperor did not find out. If the human emperor found out, he would at least kill their clones. In the worst case, he might directly kill them and kill them together. The human emperor, the North Star Emperor, was the most ruthless person in the primordial world. There was nothing in this world that he did not dare to do. He would drag others down with him at the slightest provocation. It was better not to provoke such a person. Over the years, Feng Zichen, the North Star Emperor, had made a name for himself. It was not useless. It directly frightened many great beings in the primordial world, so they did not dare to bypass the North Star Emperor and reincarnate into the human race. The reincarnation of the human race is related to whether the poor way can become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. It can't be delayed. In that case, the poor way can go to the human emperor city and discuss with the human emperor. Come to think of it, he should also know what attaining the Tao means to the poor way. He probably won't stand in her way. At most, the poor way will just have to pay a little more. In the end, the temptation of becoming the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian was greater than the fear in his heart. Therefore, the group of great mediums walked out of their dojos and rushed to the emperor city of the Central Divine Province. They were prepared to negotiate with the emperor and ask him to give them a way out. The great mediums were very fast. Coupled with the anxiety in their hearts, their speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed the layers of the void and arrived at the Central Divine Land. However, they did not manage to enter the Central Divine region. It was not that the human emperor had stopped them from entering, but after arriving here, they realized that they had promised Tao ancestor Hongjun that they would never step into the Central Divine region with their true bodies when the human emperor was preaching the Tao. This was to protect the Tree of World. As long as the Tree of World was still in the Central Divine Prefecture, the Central Divine Prefecture would be a forbidden area for great divines. No one, including saints, could enter. After arriving at this place, they realized that they could not enter at all. It was really awkward. At this time, there were many great mediums near the Central Divine region. They could see each other when they looked up. Fortunately, they were all great mediums. Everyone knew each other and guessed the purpose of their visit. After meeting each other, it was not too awkward. They just nodded and smiled. Why, fellow Taoist is also here. Is it about attaining the Tao? The person on the other side replied. So fellow Taoist is also here for this? What a coincidence. Another person said, I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. In the poor way's opinion, the fellow Taoists here are all here for attaining the Tao. As they spoke, more and more great mediums arrived. This made the place even more lively. Everyone came here for the same purpose. Naturally, it was easier for them to chat. As they chatted, someone joked, fellow Taoist Yu Hai, in the future when you have a battle of ideals, you must show mercy. At this time, as more and more great mediums arrived, everyone became more confident. They could be sure that the matter of reincarnating into the human race this time was successful. If 2 or 3 great mediums were to reincarnate into the human race, the human emperor might refuse. However, if more than 100 great mediums were to be reincarnated into the human race, then even if the human emperor was unwilling, he had to accept it. This was because this was the general trend. The human emperor could not resist it. More than 100 great mediums whose combat power was comparable to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. In the untainted land, no one could afford to offend them, not even the human emperor. After chatting for a while, everyone stopped. Instead, they chose a few representatives to send their incarnations into the human emperor palace to discuss with the human emperor in detail. With so many great mediums gathered outside the central divine region, it would be strange if the human emperor did not notice. With the human emperor's cultivation, he must have known their purpose of coming here. Perhaps this was why the human emperor was not willing to show himself. With so many people coming to the central divine region, it was inevitable that they would be suspected of forcing the human emperor to abdicate. Because of this, the human emperor was unhappy and did not take the initiative to meet them. The great mediums present all expressed their understanding. After all, if this matter happened to them and they were forced to abdicate, they would also be displeased. It was also because they knew that the human emperor was unhappy that the great mediums took the initiative to send messengers to the human emperor palace to seek an audience with the human emperor. As for who the messengers were, logically speaking, Zhen Yuanzi was undoubtedly the most suitable one. In the past, he had a good relationship with the human emperor. Unfortunately, because of the matter of Hong Yun, the two of them had a conflict. As a good person, Zhen Yuanzi could not show himself. For this reason, Zhen Yuanzi directly gave up reincarnating into the human race and achieved Tao by confirming the Great Path. Firstly, he did not want to owe the human race a favor. Secondly, Zhen Yuanzi was very confident that he could achieve Tao without confirming the Great Path with others. After guarding the Eastern Land for countless years, Zhen Yuanzi finally ushered in his own blessing. The power of heaven and earth helped him achieve Tao. Zhen Yuanzi did not plan to reincarnate into the human race. His two sworn enemies, Patriarch Kurenpeng and Patriarch Nether River, did not plan to reincarnate into the human race either. Patriarch Kurenpeng was a typical example of someone behind him. He did not panic and could discuss Tao with the expert behind him to break through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. As for Patriarch Nether River, the reason was even simpler. This person cultivated the Tao of slaughter and the Tao of blood. If he wanted to achieve Tao, he must see blood. How could a battle of ideas help him achieve Tao? Therefore, this matter had nothing to do with Patriarch Nether River. Everyone discussed for a long time. In the end, the great void Taoist, Taoist Hu Tian, and Taoist Shanhai, who were the most senior and strongest among the three great mediums, went to the human emperor palace to discuss with the human emperor in detail. However, before the three of them appeared, the human emperor had already taken the initiative to leave the human emperor palace and come in front of the great mediums. It was enough to leave them alone for a while. Could he really not meet them? Therefore, the human emperor sat in the human emperor palace and watched the great mediums discuss for a long time. After they reached a conclusion, he took the initiative to leave the human emperor palace and meet them. Seeing the human emperor appear, the great mediums knew that he did it on purpose. However, they also knew that he was not in a good mood. Moreover, they had a favor to ask of him, so they did not take it to heart. Instead, they replied respectfully, "Greetings, Emperor." The human emperor nodded as a greeting and said, "Fellow Taoists, I already know the purpose of your visit. You want to achieve Tao through the human race and the central godly land. I actually have no objection. Now, the demon gods of chaos are eyeing the untainted land covetously. Even Brother Ziwei was killed by them. At this time you have achieved Tao and improved your strength. Undoubtedly, the strength of the untainted land will soar." The great mediums cooperated and said, "Indeed, in recent years, the demon gods of chaos have become more and more arrogant. They have repeatedly offended the untainted land, and even injured Emperor Ziwei secretly. It's also because the poor Wei and the others are incompetent and weak. Firstly, they can't block the tribulation for Emperor Ziwei. Secondly, they can't avenge Emperor Ziwei. When we achieve Tao, we will definitely teach the demon gods of chaos a lesson." Seeing the great medium's grief and indignation, the human emperor nodded expressionlessly and continued, "You want to achieve Tao through the central godly land and the central godly land. My fellow cultivators, you want to use the central godly province and the human race to attain the Tao. This is a good thing for the world. I have no reason to refuse." But hearing this, the great mediums knew that the highlight was coming. Although the human emperor had said so much at the beginning, it was actually just a foreshadowing. The real key was this turning point. Next, they would see what the human emperor was going to propose. If it was not too excessive, they would agree to it in order to achieve Tao through the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Immediately a great medium said, "But what? What concerns do you have, human emperor? Please say it. We will achieve Tao through the central godly land and the human clan. We will definitely not let the human clan suffer losses." Looking at him, the human emperor said, "Since you've said so, I'll be frank. So many of you have reincarnated into the human race. Although it's to achieve Tao, there's one thing that I can't ignore. Please think about it carefully. What is the difference between your actions and digging up the roots of the human clan?" When the great mediums heard this, they were stunned at first and then wanted to refute. They had reincarnated into the human clan just to achieve Tao. How could it have anything to do with digging up the roots of the human clan? Digging up the roots of the human clan was a deadly feud. The human emperor's words were a little harsh. But immediately, the great mediums seemed to have realized something. They suddenly stopped talking and became silent. Just a moment ago, they suddenly understood what the human emperor meant. In order to achieve Tao, these great mediums had reincarnated into the human clan to spread their ideas and pass down their Tao for the human clan to practice. And this was digging up the roots of the human clan. If those humans learned their ideas and practiced their magic, wouldn't they become the disciples of these almighty masters? Moreover, these ideas were bound to be passed down from generation to generation in the human race, and their influence would be far-reaching. By then, most of the human clan would be the disciples and grand-disciples of these great mediums. If there was a day when the human clan had a conflict with these great mediums, how would these disciples deal with it? If this was not digging up the roots of the human clan, then what was? Therefore, if they did not solve this problem, they would fall out with these great mediums. The human emperor would not agree to let them reincarnate into the human clan. After a long silence, one of the great mediums remembered the conditions that the human emperor had put forward when he gambled with the saints back then. If the human emperor agrees to let Poor Wei reincarnate into the human clan to preach, then Poor Wei will owe the human clan a favor. Moreover, after Poor Wei's incarnation reincarnates into the human clan, she will only be a human clan. Her successor will also be a successor of the human clan. It will have nothing to do with Poor Wei. He intended to draw a line between himself and his successor. As long as he did not admit that the human clan who had learned his ideas were his successors, then these human clan would have nothing to do with him. In this way, there would be no problem of digging up the roots of the human clan. He was also a decisive person. In order to achieve Tao, he directly made such a promise to the human emperor in exchange for a chance to reincarnate. In this way, he would be giving the human clan a Tao orthodoxy for free, and also doing them a favor. However, he did not lose out. He could achieve Tao with this and achieve the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was the greatest benefit. Hearing this, a smile appeared on the human emperor's face. He nodded and said, "Okay." After the great medium received a positive answer, he was overjoyed. His intuition told him that his true spirit was beating non-stop. He was closer to the primordial chaos Tao fruit. "Thank you, human emperor, for your help. Poor Wei will go and prepare. When Poor Wei reincarnates, I will disturb you again." After saying this, the person bid farewell to the human emperor and left in a hurry. After this great medium left, the rest of the great medium followed him and promised the human emperor the same conditions. In this regard, the human emperor did not refuse anyone and nodded in agreement. With so many great medium helping the human clan for free, why would the human clan worry about not prospering? When these great medium all achieved Tao, the human clan's foundation was bound to reach a higher level. The other three major continents, the three pure ones, the Eastern Tai, and the Western two sages all frowned when they saw this scene. The great medium all achieved Tao. This was something that they had long foreseen. Therefore, they were not surprised. However, each of them owed the human clan a favor. This gave them a headache. At the moment, these favors might not be too precious. However, when these people achieved Tao, these favors would become extraordinary things. This meant that the human clan suddenly had hundreds of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm protectors to protect their development. In this way, Who in the three realms could shake the human clan? The sages? Even the sages could not stop hundreds of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Damn it, the human clan is getting more and more troublesome. Previously, in the hearts of the sages, the human clan was just a tale that could not be removed. However, after today, the sages would undoubtedly pay more attention to the human clan and view them as a major threat. This was a force that was even more terrifying than the shamans and demons. This was because even if the shamans and demons worked together, they would not be able to find hundreds of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Although these future primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian would not die for the human clan, and would be completely tied to the human clan's war chariot. But, even if it was just one time, it was already hard enough for the human race to bear the consequences. Chapter 854. We have to think of a way to suppress the humans. The saints were helpless. To prevent the humans from continuing to grow, they had to think of a way to suppress them. How could they suppress them? At this moment, it was too late to fully develop their forces. The simplest and most convenient way was to drive the tigers to devour the wolves. Therefore, the saints thought about it and decided to increase the strength of the demons to suppress the humans. The liches and demons were mortal enemies. The demons and humans were also mortal enemies that could not be reconciled. Therefore, the saints were very relieved to increase the strength of the demons to suppress the humans. They were not afraid that the demons would betray them and join forces with the humans to fight them. The sorcerer tribe and the humans were allies. If the two tribes joined forces, they could easily defeat the demons. At this moment, the demons could only join forces with the saints to fight against the increasingly powerful humans and sorcerer tribe. Otherwise, the only thing that awaited the demon race was extermination. At this moment, the demons would not fall out with the saints at all, because under the oppression of the humans and sorcerer tribe, the two sides had become natural allies. If they did not join forces, they would be defeated by the two groups sooner or later. For the sake of the future, the demons and the saints had to join forces. Thinking of this, the saints had a plan. Silently, the power used to seal the great war of liches and demons in the river of time and space began to loosen and shake. The liches and demons of the past reappeared in the river of time and space. Back then, after the great war of liches and demons ended, the saints immediately joined forces to seal this period of history and the past of the demon gods, making it completely invisible and untraceable. The remnant imprints of the fallen Yao gods were also sealed in this battlefield, sinking into oblivion along with this period of history. Tens of millions of years had passed since the great war of liches and demons ended, but not many demon gods were revived. Most of the imprints were sealed by the saints. How could these demon gods be revived? However, things were different now. In order to stop the development of the human race, the saints had made up their minds to release these demon gods and let them revive. They would fight the human race and the wizard race. It would be best if they fought to the death. Rumble. As the seal was lifted, the history of the great war of sorcerer tribe became clearer. It was reflected in the river of time and space. The shadows of the demon gods appeared and swept across the battlefield. They kept attacking the seal, trying to escape. At this moment, the saints had already lifted the seal. However, these demon gods still could not escape the great war of liches and demons. They were still trapped. At this moment, the sage also realized that something was amiss. My seal has already been opened. Why can't these demon gods come out? Just as the sages were puzzled, another change occurred in the river of time and space. Large patches of starlight appeared and gathered in the sky above the battlefield, forming a vast sea of stars. In the sea of stars, countless stars rotated, forming an indescribable formation that firmly sealed the past, preventing the demonic god imprints from rushing out of this place. At the same time, the river of space-time trembled again. A huge samsara disk appeared and stood above the sea of stars, cooperating with the sea of stars to suppress the demon gods. This was not the end. Behind the roulette, several hundred figures appeared. They either formed Tao imprints, held precious vases, or raised great cauldrons. Their forms were all different, but they all released a mysterious Tao might that connected together. They worked together with the Sea of Stars and the Reincarnation Roulette to form a seal that suppressed the demonic god. The 3 seals represented 3 peerless figures: Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and Renhuang Gaochen. These 3 people were unwilling to see the demon gods revive, and the demon race rise again. Therefore, after the sage sealed this time and space, the 3 of them secretly found this place and added 3 more seals to the sage's seal, completely cutting off the demon race's rise. At this moment, although the sage's seal had been broken, the seals of Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and the others were still there. It would be troublesome to break these 3 seals. Although Great Emperor Ziwei was no longer here, Goddess Hutu and Renhuang Gaochen were still here. If they wanted to break their seals, it was inevitable that they would have to face them. It was also a huge problem. Just as the sages were having a headache, Donghuang Tai secretly set up a mysterious altar in the North Continent. He also used the Bell of Chaos to conceal the secrets of heaven, making it difficult for outsiders to detect this place. Then Donghuang Tai took the blood of 10,000 races and placed it on the altar. With this as a sacrifice, he actually bypassed everyone's perception and forcefully condensed a trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit. However, this trace of innate true spirit was very fragile. It was as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. Donghuang Tai had no choice but to send this trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit into the cycle of reincarnation, so that it could be reborn and cultivate again. Entrusted with the power of reincarnation, it could repair Di Jun's innate true spirit. Not long after this, a wisp of true sunfire fell from the sun star, and fell into the North Continent. It merged with a wisp of creation chi. After being nurtured for 1,000 years, an innate fire crow was born. Like the golden crow, the innate fire crow was a spirit born from the sun. However, the innate fire crow was far less noble than the golden crow. It was just an ordinary innate life form, not an innate divine being like the golden crow. However, although the innate fire crow was inferior to the golden crow, in theory, the 2 bloodlines were of the same origin. The innate fire crow born from the true sunfire had the possibility of transforming into the golden crow. Yes, that's right. The innate fire crow born from the true sunfire in the North Continent was Di Jun's reincarnation. Logically speaking, with Di Jun's status, even if he was in dire straits, it was impossible for him to reincarnate as an innate life form. At the very least, he should be an innate divine being. It would be easy for him to reincarnate as an innate divine being. After all, the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian had a strong foundation. How could Di Jun reincarnate as an ordinary innate life form? However, Di Jun did not follow the rules. He reincarnated as an ordinary innate life form. Of course, Di Jun did this on purpose. He felt that his starting point in his previous life was too high. He was born as an innate divine being, the Taoist Lord of Tai. Di Jun had not experienced the realm below the Taoist Lord of Tai. It was inevitable that he would feel regretful. Therefore, using this opportunity, Di Jun decided to re-embark on the path of cultivation. He would start from the bottom and work his way up to the top. He would rise step by step and return to the peak. Di Jun's idea was very good. It could be said that he had the same idea as Feng Zichen, the great of Ziwei. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was entangled with the might of the Great Path, also felt that the Great of Ziwei's starting point was too high. He decided to completely recultivate and re-embark on the path of cultivation. Although Di Jun's starting point was high, it was not as high as the Great of Ziwei. The Great of Ziwei was born as a sage to be at the peak of the untainted land. Of course, although the Great of Ziwei's starting point was high, it was all because Feng Zichen had walked step by step. If he had not cultivated as a human for countless years, the Great of Ziwei would not have been able to reach the peak of the sage-to-be realm at birth. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen's foundation was already solid enough. It could be said that in the untainted land, there was no one whose foundation was more solid than his. After all, Feng Zichen was the only one in the untainted land who had ascended to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm in the later heaven realm. He was a living legend, a role model for all living beings to cultivate. At the same time, Feng Zichen was also the only one in the untainted land who had passed through all the cultivation realms. From the acquired realm to the primordial chaos realm, Feng Zichen did not fall behind a single realm. He had cultivated all of them. But even so, Feng Zichen still had to recultivate. It was an unprecedented recultivation. It was even more thorough than Dijun. He had to start cultivating from the body of a mortal. Dijun said that he wanted to recultivate. But with his pride he could not really abandon everything and come out as an innate spirit in the future. Therefore he chose the identity of an innate spirit. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, was born as an innate spirit. He did not have the pride of an innate spirit. Therefore he could be more thorough than Dijun. He could really abandon everything and start cultivating from the body of a mortal. From the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian realm to an ordinary mortal. It took a lot of courage to make this decision. Feng Zichen also struggled for a long time before he made up his mind. Everything was for eternity. Feng Zichen planned to use this opportunity of reincarnation to completely get rid of Panga's influence. From then on, he could cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng without any distractions and attain the eternal Tao fruit. In Feng Zichen's life, he had been deeply influenced by Pangu. Even if it was easier to cultivate several times, he could not completely get rid of Panga's influence. There was always a trace of Panga's influence left behind. This was originally nothing. On the contrary, having Panga's trace on him made it more convenient for Feng Zichen to do things in the untainted land. There was an inexplicable power in his every move. But unfortunately, with the improvement of Feng Zichen's realm, his vision also changed. The untainted land was no longer enough to satisfy his ambition. He set his sights on the even vaster great chaos outside the realm. He wanted to attain Hongmeng and attain the eternal Tao fruit. He wanted to become an existence on par with the great Tao. Hongmeng was a power on par with the great Tao. They were both at the level of eternity. Feng Zichen wanted to attain the Hongmeng Tao fruit, but Pangu wanted to attain the great Tao fruit. For this reason, Feng Zichen, who could not get rid of Panga's influence, could only instinctively get closer to the great Tao. From then on, he would get further and further away from Hongmeng. Even if he had the Hongmeng treasure, it would be difficult for him to cultivate the eternal Hongmeng Tao fruit. Therefore, Feng Zichen had the idea of using the opportunity of reincarnation to get rid of Panga's influence. He would walk the path of cultivation again, and reorganize his cultivation system. He would change his main cultivation path from Panga's Tao to Hongmeng's Tao so that everything would be based on Hongmeng. This was the path that Feng Zichen should take. From the time the Hongmeng Tao Jade chose Feng Zichen, his future was already destined. He would walk the path of attaining the Hongmeng Tao. Panga valued Feng Zichen so much. It was not without the influence of the Hongmeng Tao Jade. To be chosen by the Hongmeng Tao Jade meant that Feng Zichen had the potential to achieve eternity. And what Feng Zichen wanted to achieve was the Hongmeng Tao fruit. It did not conflict with the Tao fruit that Panga wanted to achieve. In that case, it meant that Feng Zichen might be Panga's friend on the future path. Therefore, Panga would take care of Feng Zichen. Otherwise, no matter how great Pangu was, it would be impossible for him to cultivate a competitor. When Feng Zichen was young, he did not know anything. He worshipped Pangu too much and thought that Pangu was omnipotent. Therefore, the cultivation system that he created was based on Pangu. The Tao of gods and demons was born from this. It was precisely because of this that Feng Zichen had completely overlooked the supreme fortuitous encounters and the primordial grand Tao that the primordial Tao Jade carried. He had merely treated it as an auxiliary treasure to cultivate the Panga's Tao. Step by step, the influence of Panga's Tao on Feng Zichen deepened. Even if Feng Zichen later realized this, he could not completely remove this influence. Gradually, it became what it was today. It affected Feng Zichen's cultivation of the Hongmeng's Tao. Yes, Feng Zichen was still unable to comprehend the Hongmeng's Tao because of Panga's influence. To be more precise, it was the influence of Panga's Tao. Although Hongmeng was not weaker than the Tao, it had not matured yet. How could it resist the power of the Tao on Panga's body? Feng Zichen was naturally unable to comprehend Hongmeng's Tao after being suppressed by it. This was something that Feng Zichen discovered by chance when the Hongmeng's Tao Qi was fighting with the Tao's Tao Qi. After understanding this, Feng Zichen was naturally more determined to recultivate. It was time to set things right, and return to the right path. Hongmeng was Feng Zichen's final destination. As for the Tao, that was what Pangu was after. Hongmeng belonged to Feng Zichen, and the Tao belonged to Pangu. It was only right that they did not invade each other. However, although he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. Pangu's Tao was of great help to him. If it were not for Pangu's Tao, Feng Zichen might not be where he was today. Or, Feng Zichen might be where he was today, but the human race definitely would not be where they were today. Hongmeng could only help Feng Zichen himself, but Pangu's Tao could help the entire human race. The human race had risen because of the Tao of gods and demons derived from Pangu's Tao body. Therefore, even though he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. With a decision in his heart, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He suddenly ignited this wisp of innate true spirit, and turned it into a huge force that poured into the Hongmeng aura. In an instant, with the help of Feng Zichen's true spirit, the Hongmeng aura that was entangled with the power of the Tao sword, it directly suppressed the power of the Tao and devoured it. When the Hongmeng aura won and completely devoured the power of the Tao, Feng Zichen's wisp of innate true spirit was really only left with a little bit. And a little bit of innate true spirit was the standard for mortals. The birth of a connate godfiend had a complete innate true spirit. There was only one connate life form, and only one innate true spirit. With this little bit of innate true spirit, he could reincarnate as an ordinary postnatal life form. In fact, even if Feng Zichen did not want to reincarnate as an ordinary postnatal life form, he could not protect his true spirit. The Hongmeng aura and the power of the Tao were entangled, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. If Feng Zichen did not want to wait tens of thousands of years to reincarnate, he could only ignite his true spirit to increase the power of the Hongmeng aura. It seemed like there were many choices, but in fact, Feng Zichen had no choice. Whoosh! Using the last wisp of power, Feng Zichen tore the void and escaped into the reincarnation passage to reincarnate. However, reincarnation was one thing. Feng Zichen did not want to have an extra pair of parents. Therefore, although he was reincarnated as in postnatal life form, he was born from the heavens and earth. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 855. We have to think of a way to suppress the human race. The saints were helpless. To prevent the human race from growing stronger, they had to think of a way to suppress the human race. How could they suppress the human race? At this moment, it was too late to cultivate their forces. The simplest and most convenient way was to drive the tiger to devour the wolf. Therefore, the saints thought about it and decided to increase the demon race's strength to suppress the human race. The liches and demons were mortal enemies. The demon race and the human race were also mortal enemies that could not be reconciled. Therefore, the saints were very relieved to increase the demon race's strength to suppress the human race. They were not afraid that the demon race would betray them and join forces with the human race to fight them. The sorcerer race and the human race were allies. If the two races joined forces, they could easily defeat the demon race. At this moment, the demon race could only join forces with the saints to fight against the increasingly powerful human race and sorcerer race. Otherwise, what awaited the demon race was extinction. At this moment, the demon race would not fall out with the saints at all, because under the oppression of the human race and sorcerer race, they had become natural allies. If they did not join forces, they would be defeated by the two groups sooner or later. For the sake of the future, the demon race and the saints had to join forces. Thinking of this, the saints had a plan. Silently, the power used to seal the great liches and demons in the river of time and space began to loosen and shake. The former battlefield of the liches and demons reappeared in the river of time and space. Back then, after the great liches and demons ended, the saints immediately joined forces to seal this period of history and the past of the demon gods, making it completely invisible and untraceable. The remnant imprints of the fallen Yao gods were also sealed in this battlefield, sinking into oblivion along with this period of history. Tens of millions of years had passed since the great liches and demons ended, but not many demon gods were revived. Most of the imprints were sealed by the saints. How could these demon gods be revived? However, things were different now. In order to stop the development of the human race, the saints made up their minds to release these demon gods and let them revive to fight the human race and sorcerer race. It would be best if they fought to the death. Rumble. As the seal was lifted, the history of the great liches and sorcerer race became clearer. It was reflected in the river of time and space. The shadows of the demon gods appeared and swept across the battlefield. They kept attacking the seal, trying to escape from it. At this moment, the saints had already lifted the seal. However, these demon gods were still unable to break out of the great liches and demons' battlefield. At this moment, the sage also realized that something was amiss. My seal has already been opened. Why can't these demon gods come out? Just as the sages were puzzled, another change occurred in the river of time and space. Large patches of starlight appeared and gathered in the sky above the lich demon battlefield, forming a vast sea of stars. In the sea of stars, countless stars rotated, forming an indescribable formation that firmly sealed the past, preventing the demonic god imprints from rushing out of this place. At the same time, the river of space-time trembled again. A huge samsara disk appeared and stood above the sea of stars, cooperating with the sea of stars to suppress the demon gods. This was not the end. Behind the roulette, several hundred figures appeared. They either formed Tao imprints, held precious vases, or raised great cauldrons. Their forms were all different, but they all released a mysterious Tao might. They connected together, working together with the Sea of Stars and the reincarnation roulette to form a seal to suppress the demonic god. The three seals represented three peerless figures: Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and Renhuang Gaochen. These three people were unwilling to see the demon gods revive and the demon race rise again. Therefore, after the sage sealed this space-time, the three of them secretly found this place and added three more seals on top of the sage's seal, completely cutting off the demon clan's path of rise. At this moment, although the sage's seal was broken, the seals of Great Emperor Ziwei, Goddess Hutu, and the others were still there. It would be troublesome to break these three seals. Although Great Emperor Ziwei was no longer here, Goddess Hutu and Renhuang Gaochen were still here. If they wanted to break their seals, it was inevitable that they would have to face them. It was also a huge problem. Just as the sages were having a headache, Dong Huangtai secretly set up a mysterious altar in the North Continent. He also used the Bell of Chaos to conceal the secrets of heaven, making it difficult for outsiders to detect this place. Then Dong Huangtai took the blood of 10,000 races and placed it on the altar. With this as a sacrifice, he actually bypassed everyone's perception and forcefully condensed a trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit. However, this trace of innate true spirit was very fragile. It was as if a gust of wind could extinguish it. Dong Huangtai had no choice but to send this trace of Di Jun's innate true spirit into the cycle of reincarnation, so that it could be reborn and cultivate again. Entrusted with the power of reincarnation, it could repair Di Jun's innate true spirit. Not long after this, a trace of the sun's true fire fell from the sun star and fell into the North Continent. It merged with a trace of creation chi. After being nurtured for 1,000 years, an innate fire crow was born. Like the golden crow, the innate fire crow was a spirit born from the sun. However, the innate fire crow was far less noble than the golden crow. It was just an ordinary innate life form, not an innate divine being like the golden crow. However, although the innate fire crow was inferior to the golden crow, in theory, the two bloodlines were of the same origin. The innate fire crow born from the sun's true fire had the possibility of transforming into the golden crow. Yes, that's right. The innate fire crow born from the sun's true fire in the North Continent was Di Jun's reincarnation. Logically speaking, with Di Jun's status, even if he was in dire straits, it was impossible for him to reincarnate as an innate life form. At the very least, he should be an innate divine being. Even becoming an innate divine being would be a piece of cake. After all, the primordial chaos Dao Yuo Jinxian's foundation was there. How could Di Jun reincarnate as an ordinary innate life form? However, Di Jun did not play by the rules. He reincarnated as an ordinary innate life form. Of course, Di Jun did this on purpose. He felt that his starting point in his previous life was too high. He was born as an innate divine being, a Downlord of Tai. Dijun had not experienced the realm below the Downlord of Tai, so it was inevitable that he would feel regretful. Therefore, using this opportunity, Dijun decided to re-embark on the path of cultivation. He would start from the bottom and work his way up to the top. He would rise step by step and return to the peak. Dijun's idea was very good. It could be said that he had the same idea as Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, Feng Zichen, who was entangled with the might of the Great Path, also felt that Great Emperor Ziwei's starting point was too high. He decided to completely recultivate and re-embark on the path of cultivation. Although Dijun's starting point was high, it was not as high as Great Emperor Ziwei's. Great Emperor Ziwei was born as a sage to be at the peak of the untainted land. Of course, although Great Emperor Ziwei's starting point was high, it was all because Feng Zichen had walked step by step. If he had not cultivated as a human for countless years, Great Emperor Ziwei would not have been able to reach the peak of the sage-to-be realm at birth. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen's foundation was already solid enough. It could be said that in the untainted land, there was no one whose foundation was more solid than his. After all, Feng Zichen was the only one in the untainted land who had ascended to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm, after reaching the heaven realm. He was a living legend, a role model for all living beings to cultivate. At the same time, Feng Zichen was also the only one in the untainted land who had passed through all the cultivation realms. From the acquired realm to the primordial chaos realm, Feng Zichen did not fall behind in any of the realms. But even so, Feng Zichen still had to recultivate. It was an unprecedented recultivation. It was even more thorough than Dijun. He had to start cultivating from the body of a mortal. Dijun said that he wanted to recultivate, but with his pride, he could not really abandon everything and come out as an innate spirit in the future. Therefore, he chose the identity of an innate spirit. Feng Zichen, on the other hand, was born as an innate spirit. He did not have the pride of an innate saint. Therefore, he could be more thorough than Dijun. He could really abandon everything and start cultivating from the body of a mortal. From the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian realm to an ordinary mortal. It took a lot of courage to make this decision. Feng Zichen also struggled for a long time before he made up his mind. Everything was for eternity. Feng Zichen planned to take this opportunity of reincarnation to completely get rid of Panga's influence. From then on, he could cultivate the Tao of Hongmeng without any distractions and attain the eternal Tao fruit. In Feng Zichen's life, he had been deeply influenced by Pangu. Even if he cultivated more easily several times, he could not completely get rid of Panga's influence. There was always a trace of Panga's influence left behind. This was originally nothing. On the contrary, having Panga's trace on him made it more convenient for Feng Zichen to do things in the untainted land. There was an inexplicable power in his every move. Unfortunately, with the improvement of Feng Zichen's realm, his vision also changed. The untainted land was no longer enough to satisfy his ambition. He set his sights on the vaster great chaos outside the realm. He wanted to attain Hongmeng and attain the eternal Tao fruit. He wanted to become an existence on par with the great Tao. Hongmeng was a power on par with the great Tao. They were both at the level of eternity. Feng Zichen wanted to attain the Hongmeng Tao fruit, but Pangu wanted to attain the great Tao fruit. For this reason, Feng Zichen, who could not get rid of Panga's influence, could only instinctively get closer to the great Tao. As a result, he got further and further away from Hongmeng. Even with the Hongmeng treasure, it was difficult for him to cultivate the eternal Hongmeng Tao fruit. Therefore, Feng Zichen had the idea of using the opportunity of reincarnation to get rid of Panga's influence. He walked the path of cultivation again, reorganized his cultivation system, and changed his main cultivation path from Panga's Tao to Hongmeng's Tao, so that everything would be based on Hongmeng. This was the path that Feng Zichen should take. From the time the Hongmeng Tao Jade chose Feng Zichen, his future was already destined. He was going to walk the path of Hongmeng. Panga valued Feng Zichen so much. It might not be without the influence of the Hongmeng Tao Jade. To be chosen by the Hongmeng Tao Jade meant that Feng Zichen had the talent to achieve eternity. And what Feng Zichen wanted to achieve was the Hongmeng Tao fruit. It did not conflict with the Tao fruit that Panga wanted to achieve. In that case, it meant that Feng Zichen might be Panga's future Taoist friend. Therefore, Panga took care of Feng Zichen. Otherwise, no matter how great Panga was, it would be impossible for him to nurture a competitor for himself. When Feng Zichen was young, he did not know anything. He worshipped Panga too much and thought that Panga was omnipotent. Therefore, the cultivation system that he created was based on Pangu. The Tao of gods and demons was born from this. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen completely ignored the Hongmeng Tao jade itself. The Hongmeng Tao was a supreme opportunity. He only used it as an auxiliary treasure to cultivate Panga's Tao. Step by step, the influence of Panga's Tao on Feng Zichen deepened. Even if Feng Zichen later realized this, he could not completely remove this influence. Gradually, it became what it was today. It affected Feng Zichen's cultivation of the Hongmeng's Tao. Yes, Feng Zichen was still unable to comprehend the Hongmeng's Tao because of Panga's influence. To be more precise, it was the influence of Panga's Tao. Although Hongmeng was not weaker than the Tao, it had not yet matured. How could it resist the power of the Tao on Panga's body? Being suppressed by it, Feng Zichen naturally could not comprehend Hongmeng's Tao. This was something that Feng Zichen discovered by chance when the Hongmeng's Qi and the power of the Tao were fighting. After understanding this, Feng Zichen was naturally more determined to recultivate. It was time to set things right and return to the right path. Hongmeng was Feng Zichen's final destination. As for the Tao, that was what Panga sought. Hongmeng belonged to Feng Zichen, and the Tao belonged to Pangu. It was only right that they did not invade each other. However, although he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. Panga's Tao was of great help to him. If it were not for Panga's Tao, Feng Zichen might not be where he was today. Or, Feng Zichen might be where he was today, but the human race definitely would not be where they were today. Hongmeng could only help Feng Zichen himself, but Panga's Tao could help the entire human race. The human race rose because of the Tao of gods and demons derived from Panga's Tao body. Therefore, even if he had taken the wrong path, Feng Zichen did not regret it at all. With a decision in his heart, Feng Zichen immediately took action. He suddenly ignited this wisp of innate true spirit, and turned it into a huge force that poured into the Hongmeng aura. In an instant, with the help of Feng Zichen's true spirit, the Hongmeng aura that was entangled with the power of the Tao sword, it directly suppressed the power of the Tao and devoured it. When the Hongmeng aura won and completely devoured the power of the Tao, Feng Zichen's innate true spirit was really only left with a little bit. And a little bit of innate true spirit was the standard for mortals. The birth of innate gods and demons had a complete innate true spirit. There was only one innate life form, and only one innate true spirit. With this little bit of innate true spirit, he could reincarnate into an ordinary postnatal life form. In fact, even if Feng Zichen did not want to reincarnate into an ordinary postnatal life form, he could not protect his true spirit. The Hongmeng aura and the power of the Tao were entangled, and it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. If Feng Zichen did not want to wait tens of thousands of years to reincarnate, he could only ignite his true spirit to increase the power of the Hongmeng aura. It seemed like there were many choices, but in fact Feng Zichen had no choice. Whoosh! Using the last wisp of power, Feng Zichen tore the void, escaped into the reincarnation passage, and reincarnated. However, reincarnation was one thing. Feng Zichen did not want to have another pair of parents. Therefore, although he was reincarnated as a postnatal life form, he was born from heaven and earth. P.S. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 856. After cultivating for a while, Feng Zichen waited for his body to reach its limit. Then he stood up and walked to the front of the iron tree, continuing his previous actions. Pa, pa, pa in the valley, the sound of slapping could be heard again. Don't get me wrong. This was not the movement of many people, but the sound of Feng Zichen's body hitting the iron tree. After about 10 minutes, the strength in Feng Zichen's body was exhausted. He ended the tempering and sat on the ground again to breathe in the qi of heaven and earth. When his strength was restored, he continued to temper his body. Just like that, he cultivated again and again. Every time he breathed in the qi of heaven and earth, Feng Zichen could feel his skin membrane growing stronger. A full 2 hours had passed. Feng Zichen had completed 9 cycles of cultivation of the Hongmeng Taoist scripture. At this time, Feng Zichen stopped and stood silently in front of the iron tree. It was not that he wanted to stop, but just now, after completing 9 cycles of cultivation, he felt that he was hungry. Even if he was a cultivator, as long as he had not reached the Anidia realm, he had to eat. In the early stages of cultivation, the path of the celestial demon required a large amount of food. The early stages of the path of the celestial demon focused on tempering one's body. This required a large amount of blood and flesh to provide sufficient blood and qi for tempering one's body. If one did not have enough food, where would the blood and qi come from to temper one's body? Forcefully cultivating would only cause one's body to be depleted. If it was light, one would fall seriously ill. If it was serious, one's life would be in danger. Cultivation was actually a very dangerous thing. If one moved, one's life would be in danger. Feng Zichen had just eaten a few wild fruits to satisfy his hunger. What was that enough? After 2 hours of high-intensity cultivation, it had long been digested. That was why he felt hungry. Speaking of hunger, Feng Zichen could not help but sigh. This was a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. One had to know that he had not known what hunger was for at least tens of millions of years. After finishing his cultivation, Feng Zichen looked around to check the results of his cultivation. As weak as he was, he couldn't even perform the simplest inner vision. Looking at his physical body, Feng Zichen found that his entire body had a jade-like color, and there was a faint purple light. His entire body had perfect lines, and his muscles naturally appeared, emitting a strong aura. Well, Feng Zichen was very dissatisfied. This body was far inferior to the invincible body that had been destroyed by the chaos demon god. The difference between a sage and an ant was like the difference between a sage and an ant. However, no matter how bad it was still his, so he could only reluctantly use it. Previously, when I was cultivating, other than absorbing the qi of heaven and earth, most of it was the acquired qi that remained after I condensed my body. Now that I've used it all up, if I continue to cultivate, without sufficient energy to support me, I'm afraid that my life essence will be consumed. Even my flesh and blood will be consumed. It seems that I have to look for precious herbs, or some demon beast meat, vicious beast meat, or other food that contains a lot of energy. Otherwise, my cultivation speed will be greatly reduced. Feng Zichen muttered thoughtfully. He was very clear that the reason why he could cultivate so quickly just now was completely dependent on the acquired qi that had not been completely consumed when he condensed his body. Now, the remaining Hotian qi had been completely consumed. If he wanted to cultivate again, he had to rely on his own efforts. Fortunately, turning all the accumulation into strength has allowed me to truly step into the realm of initial success in the skin refining realm. Ordinary swords should not be able to cut my skin. Feng Zichen glanced at his body. With a thought, his right arm clenched into a fist, and he fiercely punched in front of him. Boom! In an instant, the skin on his entire arm seemed to be hiding countless dragons and snakes, constantly moving up and down. As he punched out, a domineering dragon's roar could be faintly heard from the fist wind, as if an azure dragon was roaring. In the void, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. This was the sign of initial success in skin refining. With a thought, Feng Zichen gathered all the strength in his body. In an instant, the skin on his body seemed to be filled with air, and his entire body swelled up. Casually picking up a hard stone from the ground, Feng Zichen used all his strength to cut his body. Other than leaving a red mark, there were no other injuries. It was difficult to be injured by swords and sabers. At this stage of martial arts cultivation, one could actually start to consider advancing to the next stage, which was blood tempering. However, Feng Zichen wanted to walk the path of the demon god, and his current level was far from enough. The prerequisite for cultivating the path of the demon god was to cultivate all 6 stages of the acquired realm of martial arts to the extreme. Then, combining all the strength in his body, he would open the bridge of heaven and earth, and open the spirit sea in one fell swoop. Only then would he be considered to have stepped into the acquired realm of the demon god. That's right, the acquired realm of martial arts did not have a spirit sea. The spirit sea of martial arts was called the Sea of Qi, and in the Khanate realm, it was also called the Khanate Sea of Qi. Once the body refining was completed, one could open up the Sea of Qi and advance to the Khanate realm. In ancient times, the reason why the martial path of the demon god could be popularized in the human clan was not only because of the Khanate bloodline, but also because of the good environment at that time. At that time, the human clan ate the meat of Khanate ferocious beasts every meal, so their chi and blood were incomparably vigorous. They were all dragons and phoenixes among men, so it was naturally not difficult for them to cultivate the path of the demon god. But now the human clan did not have such good treatment. If one wanted to cultivate the path of the demon god, they could only use the acquired realm of the martial path to temper their foundation, until their physical fitness was comparable to that of the ancient human clan. Only then could they begin to cultivate the path of the demon god. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen could not help but miss the days when he was in the Feng tribe. At that time, although the human clan was not strong, it was not difficult for Feng Zichen. With the protection of Emperor Sui, Feng Zichen had never suffered much since he was young. His food was whatever the Sui sovereign ate he would eat. After being able to cultivate, the human clan did not lack Feng Zichen's cultivation resources. Although there was no Khanate spirit root, there was an endless supply of Khanate spirit herbs, Khanate wild fruits, ferocious beast meat, and demonic beast meat. It was not like now, where he had to go out and find food himself. Sigh. With a sigh, Feng Zichen first found a few wild fruits to satisfy his hunger, then went out to look for food. To be precise, he went out to look for meat. If one wanted to succeed in the martial path, there was no lack of meat. Eating wild fruits was useless, but spirit fruits were more suitable. The valley Feng Zichen was in was located in a huge mountain range. From the perspective of a mortal, Feng Zichen could not see the end of it. It did not look small, but as for how big it was he did not know. Earlier, Feng Zichen had already looked around. The location of this valley was very hidden, and unusually ordinary. Firstly, it was not a place where spirit qi gathered. Secondly, there were no rare and precious fruits. It was just an ordinary valley. Therefore it was very safe here. Even if there were ferocious beasts and cultivators in the mountain, they would not come here because they did not like this place. The reason why Feng Zichen was born in this valley was that he liked the ordinariness of this place. The more ordinary it was, the safer it was. With Feng Zichen's mortal cultivation, if he was born in a place where spirit qi gathered, he would have been eaten by the demonic beasts that lived there. Of course, the ordinariness of this place also indicated that there were no ferocious beasts or precious herbs in the mountain. Feng Zichen looked around and only saw a few wild chickens and rabbits. These were all ordinary animals that did not have a trace of spirit qi in their bodies. Eating them could only fill one's stomach and could not improve one's cultivation speed. Feng Zichen did not like them, so he was too lazy to catch them. After looking around the valley, Feng Zichen did not find any ferocious beasts or spiritual herbs that could help him cultivate. He decided to go out of the valley to try his luck and see if he could pick up some ferocious beasts or spiritual herbs. Immediately, Feng Zichen strode out of the valley. Speaking of hurrying, Feng Zichen was not used to it. He had not hurried like this for tens of millions of years. In the past, wherever he wanted to go, he could go with just a thought. No matter how bad it was, he could also fly. Even if he took a step, he would be hundreds of millions of miles away. It was not like now, where he had to travel for half a day just to get out of the valley. After about an hour, Feng Zichen finally walked out of the valley. Looking up, he saw a vast mountain range appear in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there was a boundless ancient forest in front of him. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were also new trees blooming with vitality. Countless leaves were densely intertwined. At a glance, one could see the ancient and deep forest. In the forest, there was a strange aura. Moreover, looking at the entire mountain range, it was like a huge true dragon lying on the ground. It emitted an indescribable aura that made people feel awe. At a glance, it was impossible to see the end of the entire mountain range. It was extremely vast. From time to time, there There were terrifying roars of beasts and chirps of birds in the forest, making people shudder. There was no doubt that there were countless ferocious beasts living in this unknown mountain range. Yes, this was the holy land of martial arts cultivation. As long as one ate the ferocious beasts in this mountain range day and night, it would be difficult not to become powerful. As the lowest threshold of martial arts cultivation, the early stage of cultivation was so simple. If there were enough resources, breaking through was as simple as eating and drinking. There was no bottleneck in the early stage. Ferocious beasts were also divided into grades. The lowest grade was naturally the ferocious beasts of the mortal grade. This meant that such ferocious beasts were still in the scope of the mortal world. They did not have magical powers, but their strength was equally terrifying. Feng Zichen was confident. Now that he had succeeded in skin refining, he almost had the strength of a bull. It should not be difficult for him to deal with ordinary ferocious beasts. Moreover, although his cultivation in his previous life was not there, his combat experience was still there. With this bonus, he could definitely easily fight those of a higher level. It should be known that in his previous life, Feng Zichen had also risen from insignificance. Since he was young, he had fought with the cubs of primordial ferocious beasts. After he became the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian, he had experienced countless big and small battles in his life. It was no exaggeration to say that in the entire untainted land, Feng Zichen might not be the one who had experienced the most battles. However, only the great divines in the untainted land could compare with Feng Zichen in terms of combat experience. The noble birth of the great divines made them rarely experience life and death battles. Naturally, their combat experience could not be compared with Feng Zichen's. By the way, do the ferocious beasts here really dare to attack me after seeing me? As he walked, Feng Zichen suddenly thought of something. That was because he had swallowed the power of the Great Way. His body was inevitably contaminated with a trace of the aura of the Great Way. The creatures in the untainted land might not be very sensitive to the aura of the Great Way. However, as the descendants of the chaotic demon god, the ferocious beast's imprint of the aura of the Great Way was engraved in the depths of their blood and life imprints. Therefore, after sensing the aura of the Great Way on Feng Zichen, the ferocious beasts would be too scared to move even if Feng Zichen did not attack. However, this mountain range was so big that there might not only be ferocious beasts, there might also be demonic beasts, and demonic beasts could not sense the aura of the Great Way. What was a demonic beast? It was the demon clan that had not transformed. In terms of bloodline, demonic beasts were not as good as ferocious beasts. In terms of physical body, demonic beasts were not as good as ferocious beasts. In terms of strength, demonic beasts were not as good as ferocious beasts. However, demonic beasts had intelligence, while ferocious beasts did not. In this aspect, demonic beasts were much better than ferocious beasts. Perhaps the valley where Feng Zichen was located was too remote. Feng Zichen had walked for about 2 hours, but he did not see any ferocious beasts or demonic beasts. Feng Zichen's stomach was about to growl again. Wild fruits could not fill his stomach. They could only quench his thirst, but not his hunger. After eating the wild fruits for about 2 to 4 hours, he was hungry again. Awesome. The feeling of hunger was indeed uncomfortable. However, soon Feng Zichen did not feel hungry anymore. It was not because he found food, but because his attention was attracted by something else. As he walked, Feng Zichen suddenly realized that the ground under his feet was spewing out wisps of dragon aura from time to time. At first, Feng Zichen thought that it was his illusion. After all, his strength was gone, and his perception had dropped to the freezing point. It was normal to have illusions. But every once in a while, Feng Zichen could feel the signs of the appearance of dragon aura. If it happened once or twice, it could be said that it was an illusion. But this time it was not an illusion but a fact. In other words, there was indeed dragon aura spewing out from the ground. After thinking for a while, Feng Zichen silently operated the Hongming Taoist scripture. A small vortex slowly formed beside him, and a wisp of dragon aura that had just spewed out from the ground was sucked into Feng Zichen's body. When the dragon aura entered his body, Feng Zichen immediately noticed the difference. This was indeed dragon aura. and it was an extremely pure dragon aura. Judging from the concentration of this dragon aura, even if its owner was not a Khanate godfiend, he was still a top-level Khanate life form, and his strength was close to the level of a Tao Lord. A Khanate Tao Lord was not weak. Even in the 5 continents where the Taoist priests were rampant, he could be considered an expert, let alone in this remote area. He could probably be considered an overlord. However, such a powerful divine dragon had fallen. From the dragon aura that gushed out from the ground, Feng Zichen sensed a faint death aura. From this, he was sure that the divine dragon's condition was too good. He was 80% sure that it had fallen. P.S. This novel has turned into a fantasy level-up genre as it was written. It's really amazing. Chapter 857. Underground. There was a great fortune. However, this had nothing to do with the current Feng Zichen. Even if he knew that there was a dragon corpse at the foot of the mountain, with his current cultivation, he could not dig it out. Right now, the most important thing for Feng Zichen was to fill his stomach. Suppressing the various thoughts in his heart, Feng Zichen continued to walk forward. Then, he heard a rumbling sound in front of him. Looking up, he saw a ferocious beast as tall as a mountain running wildly in the forest. And with its footsteps, the entire earth was shaking and buzzing. At the same time, a fierce and violent aura was emitted from the body of the ferocious beast, causing the beasts in the forest to be terrified. They crawled on the ground and did not dare to move. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the ground stopped trembling, and the ferocious and tyrannical aura disappeared along with it. Well, that ferocious beast had gone far away. It was probably just passing by. At first, Feng Zichen did think so. But soon after, he realized that he was wrong. That ferocious beast was not passing by. It was clearly here to deliver food to him. Not long after that ferocious beast left, a dazed bird suddenly fell from a height of 10,000 meters. It happened to land beside Feng Zichen, making a loud bang. A large amount of smoke and dust filled the air, and it took a long time for it to fade away. Hearing this sound, he knew that this dazed bird had fallen hard. Feng Zichen followed the sound and went forward. He saw that there was a pit several feet in size on the ground. There was a big bird in it, about his size. At the moment, the big bird's situation looked very bad. It probably fell hard. Looking at how it struggled in the pit, it could not move at all and flew out of the pit. From this, Feng Zichen concluded that the bird's bones were probably almost broken. This meant that the combat power of this big bird had fallen to the freezing point. The danger was infinitely close to zero. As the saying goes, take your life while you're sick. Now Feng Zichen was in a remote place where he was starving. At this time, a bird in the air took the initiative to come to his door. How could he hesitate? He directly jumped into the pit, mobilized all his strength, and punched the head of this stupid bird one after another, ending its painful life. It seems that my luck is still here, Feng Zichen thought as he dragged the dumb bird back to the valley. If it weren't for his luck, he wouldn't have encountered such a good thing where food fell from the sky. This dumb bird was obviously affected by the momentum of the fierce beast just now and lost its intelligence for a moment. It fell from the sky with broken bones and completely lost its combat power. Feng Zichen took advantage of it. It just so happened that Feng Zichen was hungry, and a seriously injured dumb bird fell from the sky. Such a coincidence, unless it was arranged by someone, could only be described as luck. Otherwise, with the strength of this dumb bird in the late stage of the Hotian realm, if they really fought, Feng Zichen and it was not certain who would eat who. It seemed that in this reincarnation, although Feng Zichen's strength was no longer there, his luck was still there. What did this mean? It meant that if Feng Zichen wanted to recultivate, it might not be as difficult as he thought. As for why there was no supernatural manifestation before, it was obvious that Feng Zichen had just been born, and his luck was not stable yet. That was why he was hungry for a while. Now as his state stabilized, the magic of his luck began to show. With this luck, it is difficult for me to keep a low profile. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen looked up to the sky and sighed. Then he lowered his head and saw that there was a fluctuation of spirit energy in the grass next to him. Stepping forward to take a look, Feng Zichen found 2 ginseng-like plants. He dug them out and found that they were 200-year-old blood ginseng, which was the great supplement that Feng Zichen currently needed. What good luck! Happily putting away the 200-year-old blood ginseng, Feng Zichen dragged the dumb bird's body and continued to walk forward. After that, Feng Zichen did not encounter any more rare medicinal materials and returned to the valley where he was born smoothly. Next, it was time to make a fire and cook. However, before making a fire, he had to deal with the dumb bird's body. Dragging the dumb bird's body to a small stream, Feng Zichen began to wash it. And in the process of washing the bird's body, from the upstream of the stream, a medium-sized pill furnace suddenly floated over. Feng Zichen reached out and scooped it up. Looking around, he found that it was a magic treasure. According to the division of the current cultivation world, it should belong to the level of a magic weapon. In the ancient times, there were only 6 levels of magic treasures, which were acquired magic treasures, acquired spiritual treasures, acquired supreme treasures, innate magic treasures, innate spiritual treasures, and innate supreme treasures. And as the cultivation of the cultivators became lower and lower, there were gradually 2 more levels under acquired magic treasures, which were magic weapons and precious treasures. Above precious treasures was spiritual weapons, which corresponded to acquired magic treasures. Above spiritual weapons was immortal weapons, which corresponded to acquired spiritual treasures. Above immortal weapons was divine weapons, which corresponded to acquired supreme treasures. As for innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures, they were collectively known as Taoist weapons. What was a Taoist weapon? It was a Taoist weapon. The pill furnace that Feng Zichen fished out from the river was a magic weapon. Although it was the lowest level of magic treasure, it could be considered to have entered the level of extraordinary. Coincidentally, Feng Zichen was worried about how to deal with the 200-year-old blood ginseng. He couldn't swallow it raw. Now with the pill furnace he could make soup. He put the blood and the dumb bird's meat together to stew. The dumb bird was not small. After removing the feathers and bones, there was about 100 pounds of meat, which was enough for Feng Zichen to eat for a while. Moreover, he didn't know if it was affected by the underground dragon corpse, but there was a trace of dragon blood in the dumb bird's body. It was this trace of dragon blood that made the dumb bird extraordinary, and it ate more nourishment. Then Feng Zichen began to stew the soup. After eating and drinking, Feng Zichen continued to cultivate. In the valley, there was the sound of clapping again. In this way, 2 days passed. Feng Zichen had eaten enough of the dumb bird's meat, and was ready to go out to find other food. But before Feng Zichen could leave the valley, a 100-year-old spirit turtle floated down from the upper reaches of the stream. The spirit turtle was as white as jade, and there were mysterious dragon patterns on the turtle shell. It was not big, only about the size of a palm. At first glance, Feng Zichen was sure that it was a dragon turtle that had eaten a lot of nourishment. Immediately, Feng Zichen did not leave the valley. After using the pill furnace to take down the dragon turtle, he ate it as dinner. The next day, not only was the dragon turtle eaten by Feng Zichen, but even the dumb bird's meat was eaten by him. Feng Zichen had no choice but to continue to go out to find food. This time, there was no food that came to him, but Feng Zichen took away 3 bird eggs the size of a human head from a bird's nest on a cliff. The parents of these bird eggs must have had an accident and could not come back. And these 3 bird eggs, without their parents incubating them, had no chance of turning into cubs and could only become eggs. Since that was the case, Feng Zichen reluctantly took them away to fill his stomach. On the way back, Feng Zichen first encountered a spiritual medicine similar to a green onion. Then he picked up an ownerless storage magic tool. He did not know who threw it into the wilderness. There was nothing else in it except for some daily necessities such as salt, oil and other things. After thinking about it, Feng Zichen guessed what was going on. In the wilderness, other than being greedy, what else could it be? After the ferocious beasts killed people, they were worried that if they took the storage magic tool, their identity would be traced. Therefore, after taking away the valuable things in it, they casually found a place to throw the storage magic tool. Then, after an unknown period of time, it was picked up by Feng Zichen. With the storage magic tool, It saved Feng Zichen a lot of trouble, especially the oil, salt, and other daily necessities in it, which solved a big problem for Feng Zichen. Sigh. The more he lived, the more he went back. In the past, Feng Zichen would not use such a low-end storage magic tool. The big shots had their own space around them. At the very least, they were a great universe themselves. They could put whatever they wanted, and the space was even more boundless. With a sigh, Feng Zichen stuffed the 3 bird eggs and the spiritual medicine that looked like a green onion into the storage magic tool, and continued to walk forward. Not long after, Feng Zichen encountered another opportunity. It was 3 huge black bears, and they were being chased by 3 groups of poisonous bees. Great, the world has really changed. When the black bears stole the honey, they knew how to use strategies. Looking at this situation, Feng Zichen guessed what was going on. The 3 black bears worked together to steal the honey from the beehive. After being discovered, they fled in 3 directions. In this way, the bee swarm was divided into 3 parts, and their strength was greatly reduced. The injuries that the 3 black bears suffered also became lighter. It was too much. The bears knew how to use strategies, but the bee swarm was still stupid. What would the bee swarm do in the future? He was afraid that the fruits of their hard work would be stolen by the black bears. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen felt a burst of heartache. When would the bee swarm be able to stand up? This world was really too oppressive on them, and they were trembling with anger. No, Feng Zichen had to stop the black bears. He could not watch helplessly as the fruits of the bee swarm's hard work were all ruined by them. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen stepped forward, walked to the empty beehive, and cut the honey inside and took it away. Yes, that was it. As long as he took the honey in the beehive, the black bear's plan would be ruined, and they would not harass the bee swarm in the future. As for the main culprit of all this dispute, the honey, let him take it away. This evil Feng Zichen would bear it. Praise the Emperor of the Celestial Purple Tenuity North Pole, Taihuang Great Emperor, Great Mercy and Infinite. In a flash, a week had passed, and after many days of nourishment, Feng Zichen's cultivation finally reached a critical moment. Pieces of old skin fell off from Feng Zichen's body, revealing the jade-like white skin inside. Under the sunlight, it even revealed a faint purple. Boom! Suddenly, Feng Zichen exerted his strength, and his entire body seemed to expand. Layers of muscles bulged, giving people the beauty of strength. At the same time, mysterious patterns appeared on Feng Zichen's skin one after another. They were mysterious, and a faint pressure filled the air. The appearance of Dao patterns on the skin was a sign that the skin refining stage had reached the limit. In other words, Feng Zichen had completed the skin refining stage. He had established the foundation of cultivating the path of gods and demons, and had begun the next stage of blood extraction cultivation. With a thought, Feng Zichen visualized Hongming Daozhong in his mind. Clang! 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 The Dao bell roared, blooming with endless mystery. At the same time, with the sound of the bell, Feng Zichen's flesh and blood began to tremble, constantly trembling. Feng Zichen was refining his body. He visualized Hongming Daozhong in his sea of consciousness. As the Dao bell trembled, his body trembled as well, and he experienced the changes, thus achieving the goal of refining his flesh and blood. The sound of the bell became more and more urgent, and Feng Zichen's flesh and blood trembled more and more violently. Gradually, strands of heat rose from his limbs and bones, gradually condensing into a pure blood qi. With this, Feng Zichen had officially stepped into the second stage of the acquired realm, the acquired blood tempering realm. The so-called blood tempering was to refine the blood qi from the flesh and blood. With this, the birth of the first blood qi meant that he had stepped into the blood tempering realm. Next, as long as he refined his blood qi step by step, and when the blood qi filled his body, he would be considered to have completed the blood tempering realm, and could enter the next stage, the bone tempering realm. In the blood tempering realm, if one slowly refined their blood qi, it would take a genius several years to reach the great accomplishment realm. However, this realm could be achieved quickly. As long as one prepared enough spiritual herbs, they could complete the blood tempering realm in a short time. Boom! 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 As time passed, Feng Zichen's body trembled more and more violently. At the same time, More and more blood qi emerged from his body. It was extremely hot, faintly distorting the surrounding void. At this moment, the effect of Feng Zichen swallowing many spiritual herbs and ferocious beasts was manifested. However, just after entering the blood-tempering realm, he had reached the great accomplishment realm of the blood-tempering realm. But that was all. Although Feng Zichen could continue to refine his blood qi, it would consume his life essence. If it was just a loss of lifespan, Feng Zichen didn't care. However, if it hurt his foundation, it would be impossible for him to use his life essence to cultivate. Feng Zichen didn't care about lifespan, but he couldn't ignore his foundation. Now that the blood-tempering realm is complete, I should go out and find some spiritual herbs to speed up the blood-tempering realm, and reach the limit as soon as possible, and enter the bone-tempering realm. After finishing his cultivation, Feng Zichen wiped the sweat off his body and muttered to himself. Then, a huge shadow fell from the sky and landed accurately beside Feng Zichen. It was a huge goat, dozens of feet tall. Its body wasn't covered with fur, but with distinct layers of scales. Its two horns pointed to the sky and showed signs of bifurcating. It was a goat with the blood of the dragon clan, and its blood was abnormally rich. It showed signs of transforming into a dragon. According to Feng Zichen's judgment, its strength was at least at the peak of the Khanate realm. Chapter 858. There was no need to go out to look for food. This dragon goat alone was enough for Feng Zichen to reach the advanced level of body refining and open up the divine sea. That's right. Before opening up the divine sea, Feng Zichen did not plan to leave the valley. He wanted to develop here in peace until he had enough strength to protect himself. Then he would go out to experience. For this recultivation, experience was secondary, and recultivating the Tao of primordial chaos was the most important. Therefore, safety was the most important. Time flew, and half a month passed. On this day, in the valley where Feng Zichen lived, a blood-red dragon suddenly rose into the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air, roaring endlessly. It was Feng Zichen's blood and qi. It was like a dragon, which meant that he had reached the advanced level of blood refining. In his flesh and blood, mysterious textures appeared, intertwining with the textures on his skin. It was extremely mysterious. Refine. This time, Feng Zichen did not visualize Hongming Daozhong. Instead, he visualized the Great Path furnace in his sea of consciousness. He saw himself as the Great Path and turned into a supreme furnace. Then he saw his blood and qi as the qi of Hongmeng. Finally, he used heaven and earth as the fuel to burn the Great Path furnace. He refined his flesh and blood into his bones, and continued to strengthen his bones. In this way another year passed. In this year, Feng Zichen had completed the 4 stages of bone forging, tendon transformation, marrow transformation, and internal organs. All of them had reached the stage of great accomplishment. With a thought, mysterious textures appeared all over Feng Zichen's body. On his skin, in his flesh and blood, in his bones, in his tendons, in his marrow, and in his internal organs, there seemed to be natural textures imprinted on his body. They were extremely mysterious. These were Hongmeng textures. They were formed by the qi of Hongmeng. They were the most mysterious principles in the world. They were superior to all the Khanate Tao in the untainted land. They were the most supreme. At this moment, Feng Zichen had reached the peak of the acquired realm. He could open up the divine sea and enter the divine sea realm at any time. Or he could reach the Khanate realm in one step. Screech. Suddenly, a sharp bird cry was transmitted from above the valley. Immediately, 100,000 feet large phoenix, like bird, flew over from afar, and continued to circle above the valley. Whoosh! At this moment, Feng Zichen sensed something and raised his head to whistle. When the phoenix, like bird, heard the whistle, its body suddenly shrank to the size of 2 palms. It descended from the sky and stopped beside Feng Zichen. This divine bird that looked like a phoenix was named Little Sky. It possessed strength comparable to a celestial immortal. It could be considered as Feng Zichen's pet. On that day, Feng Zichen was forging his bones in the valley. Little Xiao had chased after prey from afar and accidentally ran into Feng Zichen. Originally, seeing how powerful little Xiao was, Feng Zichen was still hesitating whether to contact the other incarnations and kill it to save his life. After all, little Xiao was a celestial immortal while Feng Zichen was an acquired realm expert. It could really kill him with just a breath. But just as Feng Zichen was hesitating, an astonishing change took place. When little Xiao saw Feng Zichen, it trembled in fear as if it had seen an extremely terrifying existence. It fell directly from the sky and lay on the ground, not daring to move. Seeing this, Feng Zichen realized that something was wrong. After careful observation, he found that the Chaos Demon God bloodline in little Xiao's body was extremely rich, almost comparable to that of a third-generation descendant. From this, Feng Zichen could conclude that this was a mutated ferocious beast. Otherwise, with such rich Chaos Demon God bloodline, it would not only have the cultivation of a celestial immortal. If it was a normal third-generation descendant, its strength would be at the peak of the Khanate Taoist priests, even if it was not at the level of a Khanate Dao Lord. Little Xiao was far from it. A mutated species. No, it should be said that its bloodline had returned to its ancestors. After so many generations of ferocious beasts, it was normal for a few of them to return to their ancestors. This was nothing strange. Similarly, it was not strange for little Xiao to appear in front of Feng Zichen. This was because there was still the aura of the great Tao in Feng Zichen's body. This was the source of the Chaos Demon God, and the source of all the ferocious beasts in the primordial world. The impossibility that originated from the life mark made the ferocious beasts both happy and afraid of the aura of the great Tao. Although it made them afraid, the ferocious beasts could not help but want to get close to the aura of the great Tao. This feeling was stronger for ferocious beasts whose bloodline was also rich. Therefore, Feng Zichen was a human-shaped ferocious beast. As long as he was there would always be high-level ferocious beasts approaching him, intentionally or unintentionally. Little Xiao came for this reason. But at the same time, because its bloodline was too powerful, the aura of the great Tao had a greater impact on it. Therefore, after seeing Feng Zichen, little Xiao was so afraid. The instinctive fear made it not dare to resist Feng Zichen at all. However, although little Xiao was afraid of Feng Zichen, because its strength was too high, Feng Zichen could not do anything to it. With Feng Zichen's current strength, it was impossible for him to hurt little Xiao. Therefore, Feng Zichen simply ignored it and continued to temper his bones. Later, for some reason, this divine bird peeped at Feng Zichen's cultivation for more than a month. As if it had suddenly gained intelligence, it suddenly soared into the sky. At first, Feng Zichen thought it had run away, but not long after, it flew back and caught a divine image realm flood dragon. It placed it in front of Feng Zichen and chirped at him, as if it was asking for credit. Feng Zichen understood its meaning. This flood dragon was a tribute to Emperor Ziwei. Good heavens, it really gained intelligence. Feng Zichen did not stand on ceremony and directly accepted this gift. It just so happened that he had eaten enough mutton and changed to flood dragon meat. Ever since he formed an alliance with the 5 pre-celestial races, in order to show his sincerity, Feng Zichen did not eat the descendants of the 5 sacred beasts. Even if there were evil people among them, he would only kill and not eat. He really had not eaten flood dragon meat for a long time. Just like that, time passed day by day, and every few days little Xiao would catch a new ferocious beast and offer it to Feng Zichen. Gradually, Feng Zichen became familiar with little Xiao, and decided to give it a chance to become his mount. To be honest, little Xiao's appearance was really excellent. It had the magnificence of the phoenix, the dominance of the dragon clan, and the dignity of an emperor. It was indeed an excellent mount. Otherwise, Feng Zichen would not have thought of making it his mount. How could the mount of great Emperor Ziwei be ordinary? Similarly, to a ferocious beast, being able to become great Emperor Ziwei's mount was also an incredible opportunity. According to Feng Zichen's research, little Xiao should have the bloodlines of 2 chaos demon gods at the same time, namely the Phoenix Demon God and the Emperor Demon God, which made it so extraordinary. Its shape was like a phoenix, which was inherited from the Phoenix Demon God. At the same time, the innate Emperor aura on its body, as well as the rainbow-colored feathers on its tail, were inherited from the Emperor Demon God. Emperor Phoenix Bird. Feng Zichen combined Little Zhao's appearance and named it the Emperor Phoenix Bird Clan. However, Feng Zichen did not know if there was a second Emperor Phoenix bird in this world. Originally, Feng Zichen wanted to call the Emperor Phoenix bird Little Phoenix, but he felt that this name was not nice. It sounded like a homonym for Little Yellow, which sounded like a dog's name. It immediately lowered the Emperor Phoenix bird's level. Therefore, Feng Zichen called it Little Xiao. Just like this, with Little Zhao's worship, Feng Zichen completed the 6 stages of the acquired realm at the fastest speed possible, and met the prerequisites for cultivating the path of the celestial demon. Rumble. In the valley, rays of light rose, accompanied by the sound of landslides and tsunamis. This was the commotion caused by Feng Zichen opening his deity ocean. The reason why it was so intense was because there was a problem with it. Feng Zichen had always thought that opening the deity ocean was a very simple matter. In fact, it was indeed so in the beginning. He easily opened the bridge of heaven and earth, and received the power of heaven and earth into his body to help him open the deity ocean. So far, everything had been going smoothly. However, after the deity ocean was opened, an accident happened. After the deity ocean was opened, a cultivator would obtain an opportunity, which was to awaken the innate bloodline in their body and choose one of them. With this bloodline as the foundation, they would constantly transform, and finally transform into an innate life form, or even an innate celestial demon. Feng Zichen's body was formed by him combining the qi of Hongmeng with the qi of heaven. According to this, the innate bloodline that he awakened should be the Hongmeng bloodline. However, the reality was that Feng Zichen still underestimated the influence of Panga's bloodline on him. As soon as his deity ocean was opened, the bloodline power that originated from his previous life couldn't wait to surge out and directly occupy his deity ocean. It rose up, intending to transform Feng Zichen's body into the innate Taoism aptitude again. Feng Zichen's purpose of reincarnating this time was to get rid of the influence of Panga's Taoism aptitude. Now, if he became the innate Taoism aptitude again, wouldn't his previous efforts be in vain? Therefore, Feng Zichen mobilized all his strength to suppress the surging power of Pangu in his deity ocean in an attempt to extinguish it. However, this was the 3 realms, the home of Panga's power. It was freely supported by the power of the underworld. Feng Zichen didn't need to use his cultivation method. The surrounding innate qi seemed to be inspired and ordered to drill into Feng Zichen's deity ocean, constantly strengthening the power of Pangu inside. Gradually, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed above Feng Zichen's head. D***, suppress it. The sudden change caught Feng Zichen off guard, but he was not a person who would give up without a fight. He guarded his mind and mobilized the Hongmeng's qi in the depths of his deity ocean, which had been pushed to the corner by Panga's power. Hongmeng Daozhong break. With a thought, Feng Zichen manipulated the Hongmeng's qi and turned it into the appearance of Hongmeng Daozhong. Then he suddenly knocked on it. Dang, 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 dang. A series of rapid bell sounds were heard, and a mighty force stirred the surrounding void. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void and spread in all directions, shattering the power of Pangu around him. Hongmeng Daozhong refine. With a whoosh, the Hongmeng Daozhong twisted and turned into a purple cauldron. It swallowed the shattered power of Pangu and quickly refined it. The essence of Hongmeng's qi was higher than Panga's power. This was Feng Zichen's opportunity to turn the tables. Boom, boom, boom. As it continued to refine Panga's power, the power of the Hongmeng Daozhong grew stronger and stronger, and the speed of refining also increased. Soon, the power of Pangu that it had swallowed was refined. Then, the Daozhong shook and spontaneously flew to the center of the deity ocean. It swallowed the surrounding power of Pangu, and then began to refine it crazily. Rumble. This time, Panga's power seemed to be enraged and completely boiled. It crazily attacked the Hongmeng Daozhong, trying to shatter it. However, the impact of Panga's power did not hurt the Hongmeng Daozhong. Instead, it helped it refine Panga's power. The more the Panga's power slammed into it, the stronger the refining power of the Hongmeng Daozhong. Whoosh. Outside, sensing that Panga's power was gradually weakening, the vortex above Feng Zichen's head suddenly grew bigger. More and more Khanate qi gathered and poured into Feng Zichen's deity ocean, causing the power of Pengu to grow stronger. With the support of the Khanate Qi outside, no matter how strong the Hongming Daozhong became, it always maintained a balance with Pengu's power. It could not completely suppress Pengu's power and refine it completely. Gradually, the two fell into a stalemate. However, even Pengu's power could not endlessly mobilize the Khanate Qi. It would eventually reach its limit. At that time, Hongming's Qi would refine Pengu's power, and Feng Zichen's Dao foundation would be strengthened. Moreover, Pengu's power had swallowed so much Khanate Qi. When Hongming's Qi completely refined it, Feng Zichen's strength was bound to usher in a leap. Feng Zichen was very much looking forward to this. Time passed by second. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. And in these 3 years, many changes had occurred. For example, above Feng Zichen's head, there was a vortex dozens of feet wide, spinning rapidly. As the vortex spun, the Khanate Qi in the surrounding hundreds of miles was mobilized and poured into the cocoon below the vortex. That's right, a cocoon of light the size of a person was completely composed of Khanate Qi. Inside the cocoon was naturally Feng Zichen. Now his cultivation had reached a critical moment. Pengu's power had reached its limit. The speed at which it swallowed the Khanate Qi could not keep up with the speed at which Hongming's Qi was refining it. It was slowly being refined. And when Hongming's Qi completely refined Pengu's power, it would be time for Feng Zichen to come out of seclusion. However, the atmosphere in the valley was a little strange. A large group of people had gathered nearby. Obviously, Feng Zichen's breakthrough this time had attracted the attention of many people. The Khanate Qi in the surrounding hundreds of miles had been mobilized. Everyone was not blind. How could they not see or feel it? Thinking that a precious treasure had appeared, the nearby masters rushed over. And judging from their appearance, it was obvious that they had been here for more than a day or two. These masters were vaguely divided into 2 groups. One group was led by the human clan, occupying the south side of the valley. The other group was led by the demon clan, occupying the back of the valley. At this time, the 2 forces were confronting each other. No one wanted to give in to the other. Both wanted to take this unborn treasure for themselves. If Feng Zichen knew that he was being treated as a treasure, how would he feel? He would probably not know whether to laugh or cry. It was also at this time that a golden fire crow sensed the changes here. It flapped its wings and flew over. Chapter 859. This fire crow had a very high status in the demon clan. This was because when he came here, the surrounding demons, regardless of their strength, all bowed to him and faintly regarded him as their leader. When he came forward, the fire crow stared at the light cocoon that Feng Zichen had turned into and thought silently, "What a rich Pengu's power! Who could it be?" He was Di Jun. He, who had also chosen to reincarnate, did not stay in the North Continent. Instead, he went all the way north and crossed an unknown distance to arrive at this very vast continent. This was simply a miniature version of the untainted land. There were also many powerful races such as the demon clan, the human clan, the wizard clan, and so on. Therefore, Di Jun chose this place as his training ground. With his natural emperor's aura, Di Jun quickly became the saint of the demon clan here. Even the demon kings here respected him. No one knew what he had promised these demon kings. Today, Di Jun came here because he heard that a true dragon had fallen here. Therefore, he specially came here to try his luck and see if he could dig out the corpse of the dragon clan at the foot of the mountain. Unexpectedly, when Di Jun came here, before he found the dragon clan's corpse, he first sensed an extremely familiar aura. That was Pengu's aura. As the top great medium in the untainted land, how could Di Jun not be familiar with Pengu's aura? In this place far away from the 5 major continents, he could sense Pengu's aura. Of course, Di Jun was curious to meet someone he knew. For this reason, he specially came here to see who the person he felt familiar with was. However, after arriving here, Di Jun stared at the light cocoon for a long time. But he could not see who was inside. After Feng Zichen changed to Hongming's aura, his aura changed greatly. Even his acquaintances might not be able to recognize him, let alone Di Jun who was not familiar with him. It did not matter if he could not recognize him. Di Jun could wait. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. On this day, the whirlpool in the sky suddenly disappeared. At the same time, cracking sounds could be heard from the cocoon. Look, the light cocoon is about to split open. The treasure inside is about to come out. Someone shouted excitedly when they saw this. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the valley became heavy. Everyone stared at the light cocoon, including Dijun. Within the cocoon of light, Feng Zichen's consciousness was slowly recovering. In his divine sea, all the power of Pangu had been devoured by the aura of Hongmeng, completely turning into a purple ocean. Rumble. As the aura of Hongmeng rolled, a powerful force gushed out from the life spring. It went all the way up from Feng Zichen's divine sea, directly condensing divine meridians for him. Soon, a set of divine meridians formed completely from Hongmeng runes appeared in Feng Zichen's body. Even so, less than 1/10 of the power of the aura of Hongmeng was consumed. Immediately, it continued to circulate in Feng Zichen's body, lighting up his acupuncture points. In the end, when Feng Zichen stepped into the Khanate realm and successfully condensed the Yin soul, the power of the aura of Hongmeng was exhausted. At this time, Feng Zichen had become a Khanate realm cultivator. His combat power was comparable to that of an ordinary earth immortal. Boom. Feng Zichen's body moved, and a bright divine light burst out from his body, shattering the cocoon of light that enveloped him. However, after the cocoon of light was shattered, it did not disappear. Instead, it turned into a robe and draped over Feng Zichen's body. It's not a treasure, it's a person. Seeing that after the cocoon of light was shattered, what appeared was not a treasure, but a person, everyone could not help but feel a little disappointed. Only Dijun's eyes suddenly burst with light as he stared at Feng Zichen. He recognized the other party's origin. No wonder he felt familiar. It was the aura of Ziwei Star. In this way, the other party's identity was confirmed. It was Ziwei the Great. He had long heard that a wisp of Ziwei the Great's innate true spirit had fallen into the mortal world. Everyone had searched for it for a long time, but could not find it. It turned out that it had been born here. After Feng Zichen opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returned. Suddenly, the noise around him entered his ears, making him feel extremely noisy. Then he noticed that a burning gaze was staring at him. The burning gaze made Feng Zichen feel quite uncomfortable. Subconsciously, Feng Zichen looked in the direction of the gaze. As far as his eyes could see, it was a fire crow that was completely golden. This fire crow was unusually similar to the golden crow. If it was not for the fact that it had 2 legs instead of 3, Feng Zichen would have thought that it was the golden crow. A familiar feeling. Looking at this fire crow, Feng Zichen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity in his heart. At the same time, he also noticed that the eyes of this fire crow showed the same expression as his. The other party also felt that he was familiar. Who was he? Looking at the respectful attitude of the surrounding demons, Feng Zichen suddenly had a flash of inspiration and guessed the identity of this fire crow. It was Dijun. Dijun had been resurrected. It's you. It's actually you. The two of them stared at each other and actually said at the same time. Then the two of them stood up at the same time and charged towards each other. Boom. Raging flames raged. Dijun flapped his wings, and the resplendent true fire of the sun erupted from his body, enveloping his entire body. It turned into a dazzling great sun seal and blasted towards Feng Zichen. On the other side, on Feng Zichen's body, the emperor's aura was vast and mighty. Resplendent starlight filled the air, converging into a majestic Ziwei emperor's seal that faced Dijun's divine ability. Boom. The two of them met in mid-air, and a powerful force overflowed in all directions, forming strong wind pressure that swept away all the surrounding weeds. Then the two of them retreated at the same time. This exchange of blows was actually a draw. No, to be precise, Feng Zichen won. This was because Dijun's current cultivation was slightly higher than Feng Zichen's. However, after exchanging blows with Feng Zichen, the two of them were actually tied. From the looks of it, Dijun had lost. The two of them were at the same level. Dijun was definitely not a match for Feng Zichen. Of course, that was not necessarily the case. When one's strength reached their level, A momentary victory or defeat was nothing. In the end, it still depended on one's means and planning. After all, so what if one's strength was stronger than the other? If one could defeat the other, could one kill the other? When one's strength reached the level of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian, it was easy to determine the winner, but it was difficult to determine the life and death of the other. After the first attack, the two of them continued to exchange blows. They constantly collided in the air, causing the earth and rocks to crack and the mountain rocks to explode. Where did these two people come from? Why are they so strong? Seeing the two of them fighting, both sides wanted to go forward and help. The demon clan wanted to help Dijun, and the human clan wanted to help Fengzichen. Unfortunately, although the two of them were both in the Khanate realm, their combat strength was so strong that ordinary earth immortals could not compare to them. No one could help at all. In particular, the divine powers of the two of them were even more confusing to the people present. This was because they could not tell at all whether the two of them were using divine powers or not. Although they could be called mystical powers, when the two of them fought, they used the most ordinary fighting style. The collision of fist against fist, the collision of flesh against flesh, it was all close combat, just like a brawl between mortals. There was no trace of mystical powers at all. But if they were not divine powers, right? The power of this move was too strong. Every move of theirs was accompanied by the power of heaven and earth. When they moved, they could collapse mountains and crush stones. The power was so great that it was terrifying. However, these people's knowledge was shallow. They did not understand Fengzichen and Dijun at all. When the strength of the two of them reached such a level, their divine powers had long been integrated into every inch of their flesh and blood. It was as if they had become instincts. Every move of theirs was a divine power. A punch was a divine power. A kick was also a divine power. Even a sway of the body or a breath forward was also a divine power. In the eyes of ordinary people, the two of them were like mortals fighting. However, every move of theirs contained one or several kinds of divine powers. It was abnormally mysterious. The two of them fought excitedly. As they fought, they went all the way forward and went deep into the forest. Boom. At a certain moment, after the two of them attacked each other again, they suddenly retreated backward with the help of the force. They did not move forward anymore. Separated by a large distance, they faced each other from a distance. Looking at Fengzichen, who was opposite him, Dijun took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Dijun. Why do you ask when you already know the answer?" Fengzichen also looked at Dijun and responded with a smile. Dijun stared at him for a long time before he shook his head and said, "I really don't know who you are." After that, without waiting for Fengzichen to speak, Dijun continued, "You can hide it from everyone, but you can't hide it from me. You are not Great Emperor Ziwei, and you can't be him. The North Star was personally sealed by me and Tai. The divine ability used to seal it was derived from the remains of the demon god sealed by me and Tai. Even teacher doesn't know how to break it," Tai said with a smile. "Therefore, I can be sure that after being sealed by Tai and me, it is absolutely impossible for Ziwei Star to give birth to an innate demon god. He doesn't have the conditions at all." Speaking of this, Dijun looked at Fengzichen and asked word by word, "Then who are you?" Fengzichen smiled and said, "Dijun, why don't you take a guess?" Dijun shook his head and said bluntly, "I can't guess. Since I woke up, I have been wondering who you are. How did you bypass the seal of Tai and me, enter Ziwei Star, and be born as Great Emperor Ziwei?" "Unfortunately, I have thought for a long time, but I still can't get the answer. The only thing I can be sure of is that you are not a natural innate demon god born by Ziwei Star at all, but a great medium who took over the nest of Ziwei Star, and was born under the pretense of Ziwei Star." Haha. After hearing Dijun's words, Fengzichen laughed a few times and said, "In the untainted land, there are many people who have guessed this, but only you can confirm it. You are indeed the person who established the heavenly court. You are indeed extraordinary." Fengzichen did not hide his admiration for Dijun. In terms of strength, Dijun was not as good as Tai. In terms of background, Dijun was not as good as Panga's eldest son Dijiang. However, in terms of courage, The two of them were not as good as Dijun. If he did not have unparalleled courage, how could Dijun have the idea of establishing the heavenly court, becoming the celestial emperor, and unifying the untainted land? Just the achievement of establishing the heavenly court was enough to make Dijun's glory overshadow Tai, Dijiang, and even the three pure ones. Thinking about it, when Tao ancestor Hongjun first heard of Dijun's idea of establishing the heavenly court, he was also shocked. This was a true path to heaven. It was many times more brilliant than Tao ancestor Hongjun's method of Tao integration. If he really became the celestial emperor that Dijun envisioned, he would be able to control the heavenly Tao naturally before long. This method was indeed more brilliant than Tao ancestor Hongjun's method of controlling the heavenly Tao through Tao integration. If Tao ancestor Hongjun could think of this method before Tao integration, there would probably be no Tao ancestor Hongjun in this world. Instead, he would become the celestial emperor Hongjun. Looking at Feng Zichen, the emperor said leisurely, "Are you still unwilling to tell me your origin? Now that things have come to this, you can't hide it for long. Why don't you tell me directly to relieve my curiosity?" Can't hide it for long? Feng Zichen did not believe a single word of Dijun's words. Feng Zichen was not surprised that Dijun could guess that he was not a natural innate saint born from the Ziwei star. Just as he said, many powerful people in the untainted land had this guess, but they did not have evidence. Only Dijun, the person who sealed the Ziwei star with his own hands, could be very sure of this matter. However, Feng Zichen did not believe that Dijun could guess his true identity. If he could, Dijun would not have asked him. Moreover, it was not that no one had ever suspected that the great emperor of Ziwei was the great emperor of North Star, and the great emperor of North Star was the same person. But was this possible? Would anyone believe it if he said it out loud? These two great emperors were too dazzling, so dazzling that no one dared to treat them as the same person. Little did they know that the more impossible something was, the closer it was to the truth. Looking at the confident Dijun, Feng Zichen said with some amusement, "Since you are so confident, why don't you investigate slowly and see if you can dig out my true identity?" Dijun said with a smile, "This is meaningless. Instead of digging deeper into your identity, why don't I think about how to deal with you in the future?" After saying that, Dijun suddenly turned around and left, flying into the distance. "My friend, the next time we meet, it won't end so easily." Watching Dijun leave, Feng Zichen did not stop him because there was no need to. At the moment, neither of them could do anything to each other, so there was no point in stopping him. He could not kill the other party, so why bother? Instead of wasting his energy to keep Dijun here, he might as well find a way to improve his strength, so that he could suppress Dijun the next time they met. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen also turned around and left, walking into the depths of the mountain range. He had to work hard to cultivate. The countless ferocious beasts and demonic beasts in this mountain range were the resources for his improvement. In addition, Feng Zichen would also care about the dragon corpse at the foot of the mountain. This was probably the biggest opportunity he had seen since coming here. After walking for a while, Feng Zichen wanted to hunt a few ferocious beasts, but he did not expect to find the inheritance of a predecessor when he happened to pass by a cave abode. From this inheritance, Feng Zichen learned that the continent he was on was called the Ancient Barrens Continent. P.S. Since no one likes it, I will not write this plot. I will start writing the esoteric debate tomorrow. Chapter 860. Putting aside the fact that Feng Zichen's reincarnation was cultivating hard in the ancient Barrens mainland, many powerful beings in the 5 continents were almost done with their preparations as time passed. They were looking for the right time to reincarnate in the central God province. Meanwhile, Feng Zichen North Star sat quietly under the world tree, waiting for the arrival of the great masters so that they could be reincarnated. However, before the powerful beings arrived, Feng Zichen, who was meditating with his eyes closed, seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a corner of the central God province in shock. He saw that the purple gas was vast and mighty, giving birth to all kinds of strange phenomena. Immediately, the purple gas suddenly condensed and turned into an old man in a purple robe who looked to be in his 70s or 80s. Looking at the old man's appearance, it was obviously the Grand Pure One's good corpse, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Did the Grand Pure One's incarnation reincarnate in the lower realm? Of course not. Even if the Grand Pure One reincarnated into the human race, Feng Zichen would not be shocked, let alone Grand Supreme Elderly Lord reincarnated into the human race. In addition, even if the Grand Pure One wanted to reincarnate into the human race, he could not avoid Feng Zichen. He had to get his consent. However, the Taoist who looked like Grand Supreme Elderly Lord reincarnated into the human race without telling Feng Zichen. He could not help but be shocked. In the world, Feng Zichen could not think of anyone else other than Tao Ancestor Hongjun who could do that. Only Tao Ancestor Hongjun could hide from Feng Zichen's perception and reincarnate into the human race with the help of the Heavenly Tao's power. Did that mean that the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord in front of Feng Zichen was Tao Ancestor Hongjun? With that thought, Feng Zichen suddenly saw that the newly born Grand Supreme Elderly Lord seemed to have discovered his existence and winked in his direction. Immediately, boundless purple gas filled the air and blocked Feng Zichen's vision. Next, no matter how Feng Zichen tried, he could not break through the layer of purple gas. Good Lord, it's true. This is Tao Ancestor Hongjun. It should be the reincarnation of his thought. If it was the Grand Pure One, not only would he not be able to hide from Feng Zichen's perception, he would also not be able to block his vision. Therefore, there was a problem. What exactly happened to make Tao Ancestor Hongjun split a wisp of thought and reincarnate into the human race? Moreover, he did not use his own name, but used the name of the Grand Pure One to pretend to be his incarnation, the Grand Supreme Elder. Only Tao Ancestor Hongjun dared to do that. If it were anyone else and you tried to pretend to be the Grand Pure One, the first person to find trouble with you would be the Heavenly Tao. How could he be the spokesperson of the Heavenly Tao? Next, the Grand Supreme Heavenly Tao could open a treasure that could open the heavens could not be heaven opening the heavens. However, if the person who impersonated him was Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the Grand Pure One would not even dare to fart. In fact, he could not take the initiative to expose Tao Ancestor Hongjun's identity. He had to think of a way to hide it from the world, so that the world would believe that Tao Ancestor Hongjun's Grand Supreme Elderly Lord was his incarnation. The Grand Pure One thought, I'm in a difficult situation. Just as Feng Zichen had guessed, the Grand Pure One, who was in the 8 Scenery Palace, had mixed feelings. How could he not know that Tao Ancestor Hongjun had impersonated him? In fact, he knew it earlier than Feng Zichen. That was because before Tao Ancestor Hongjun reincarnated, he had sealed his incarnation in the heavenly courts, Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, and brought him with him. That's right. Although the Grand Supreme Elderly Lord of the Central Continent was Tao Ancestor Hongjun, the real Grand Supreme Elderly Lord was brought along by him and moved with him. Moreover, Tao Ancestor Hongjun did not block Grand Supreme Elderly Lord's perception. Therefore, he could clearly sense everything that was happening in the outside world. In other words, everything that Tao Ancestor Hongjun experienced would become his experience. The Grand Pure One knew the purpose of Tao Ancestor Hongjun's actions. That was to make it convenient for Tao Ancestor Hongjun to return the identity to Grand Supreme Elderly Lord after the matter was completed. At that time, Tao Ancestor Hongjun would retreat after succeeding. The real Grand Supreme Elderly Lord could also replace the fake Grand Supreme Elderly Lord without leaving a trace. That way no one would know. Tao Ancestor Hongjun's actions were equivalent to telling the Grand Pure One that his identity could not be leaked. Otherwise, he would not have gone through so much trouble to impersonate Grand Supreme Elderly Lord. Master, you really know how to cause trouble for me. Now, I only hope that you don't offend a group of people and don't make the entire world your enemy. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble. In the 8 Scenery Palace, the Grand Pure One's face was filled with bitterness. He was helpless. This time, he was destined to be the scapegoat for Tao Ancestor Hongjun. Tao Ancestor Hongjun had to use his name to do things. Clearly, what he wanted to do was not something glorious. If that was not the case, couldn't he just act in his own name? This matter was either disgusting or disgraceful. However, no matter what, the final outcome would definitely be offending someone. Yes, the one who offended was Grand Supreme Elderly Lord, not Tao Ancestor Hongjun. If someone else had done this, the Grand Pure One would have long taught him a lesson. However, if this person was Tao Ancestor Hongjun, he could only accept it and hope that Tao Ancestor Hongjun would offend fewer people. Besides, there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to be his master, and he was his disciple. Feng Zichen did not know how depressed the Grand Pure One was, but he was quite puzzled now. Why did Tao Ancestor Hongjun reincarnate all of a sudden? Did he have some plans? Or did he feel that the human race was developing too quickly, and was preparing to use this opportunity to suppress the human race? His thoughts were in a mess. Feng Zichen could not figure out Tao Ancestor Hongjun's purpose. Therefore, after thinking about it, Feng Zichen decided to reincarnate into the human race and personally see what Tao Ancestor Hongjun was planning. However, he could not be the one to reincarnate this time. That would cause too much of a commotion. Someone else had to go. Naturally, it was Xianqing. By now, Xianqing should have disappeared. Otherwise, if Xianqing's identity was exposed one day, it would be troublesome. The three pure ones would definitely fight Feng Zichen to the death. Moreover, thinking about that scene, Feng Zichen felt very awkward. In addition, no one would stand on Feng Zichen's side. He was indeed in the wrong. It was fine if he used his incarnation to acknowledge the three pure ones as his master, but after learning he actually dared to become enemies with the three pure ones? This was deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. No, this was worse than deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Because Xianqing's identity had not been exposed yet. He was still a spy that Feng Zichen had placed beside the three pure ones. Was he playing a spy? Or was he playing the three pure ones like fools? If the three pure ones knew that the disciple that they had painstakingly cultivated was their mortal enemy, Feng Zichen's incarnation, they would go crazy with anger. They would directly become the laughingstock of the three realms. If Feng Zichen was one of the three pure ones, he would be so ashamed that he would want to commit suicide. The three pure ones might not want to commit suicide, but they would definitely want to kill Feng Zichen. The kind that would not rest until one of them was dead. Therefore, in order to prevent this from happening, Feng Zichen had to take advantage of the fact that Xianqing's identity had not been exposed to completely eliminate this hidden danger. As for how to solve it, then he could only let Xianqing die. As long as Xianqing died, and it was the kind that could not be resurrected, then everything on him would vanish. The relationship between him and Feng Zichen would also be completely sealed, and no one would know. Then how would Xianqing die completely? That would be related to what he would do when he reincarnated into the human race. To be honest, Feng Zichen felt that he was wronged in this matter with Xianqing. He also did not want to play a spy. Back then, he let Xianqing become the disciple of the Shangqing saint, because he felt that his future was uncertain. So he wanted to leave a way out for himself. If he was unfortunate enough to die in the calamity of the demon race's massacre, he could start over with Xianqing's identity. At that time, Feng Zichen would never have thought that he would come to this step today, and become mortal enemies with the three pure ones. The heavens took pity on him. His original intention was really just to leave a way out for himself. Only the heavens knew that after countless years, things would develop to this step. This was all caused by too many accidents, and it had nothing to do with Feng Zichen. In addition, although Xianqing was prepared to become the disciple of the Shangqing saint, he had not gone yet, had he? It was the Shangqing saint who took the initiative to take him as his disciple. It was not Xianqing who took the initiative. It was the Shangqing saint who took the initiative. He was passive. If there was someone to blame, it was the Shangqing saint's fault. In short, he was not wrong. It was all someone else's fault. Thinking of the scene when his identity was exposed in the future, Feng Zichen crazily pushed away the responsibility in his heart. On Penglai Island, Xianqing, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Sigh, in the end we still came to this step. However, it is indeed time to end things with the three pure ones. If we continue to drag things out, it will only make things worse. When my identity is exposed, it will be a catastrophe of the world. With a sigh, Xianqing took a step out and left Penglai Island, rushing towards Golden Ao Island. With Xianqing's understanding of the three pure ones, once they knew the truth of the matter, they would definitely not have the intention to destroy the world and rebuild the universe in their anger. At that time, the world would be reopened, and everything in the past would be buried. The dark history of the three pure ones would naturally become empty. As for the great mediums, after seeing the three pure ones destroying the world, they would forget their memories of Xianqing. No, I almost forgot. Xianqing had not reached the realm of primordial chaos. So if the world was destroyed, he would also die. The immortality of the great mediums depended on the world of primordial chaos. If the world of primordial chaos was destroyed, the great mediums would lose their support. If they died, they would really die and would not be resurrected. If the three pure ones were ruthless, they could definitely destroy Xianqing completely at the cost of destroying the world. All traces of his existence would completely disappear, including everyone's memories of him. Only the existence of primordial chaos could vaguely remember that there was once a great medium called Xianqing in the primordial chaos. Don't doubt that once Xianqing's identity was exposed, the three pure ones would definitely be ruthless. The more they liked Xianqing in the past, the more they hated him. There was nothing they could not do. Xianqing's speed was very fast. Penglai Island was not far from Golden Ao Island. So Xianqing arrived at Golden Ao Island very quickly. When he arrived at the island, Xianqing went to the Shangqing Palace with ease. That was the place where the sect leader of Tongtian cultivated. Along the way, he did not meet many disciples of the Jie sect. After the God investiture tribulation, the Jie sect still withered. Other than the core disciples, most of the ordinary disciples were basically dead. They were either on the God investiture list or the ghost sealing list. In the past, the Jie sect, which had tens of thousands of immortals, was no longer at its peak. However, even so, the Jie sect was still stronger than the Chan sect. As for the Western sect, they could not be compared. Even if the number one sect in the primordial chaos suffered heavy losses, it was still the number one sect in the primordial chaos. It was not that the Jie sect was too strong, but the performance of the other sects was too weak. Outside the Shangqing Palace, Xianqing shouted respectfully, "Disciple is here to pay respects to master." With a creak, the door of the Shangqing Palace slowly opened. At the same time, the sect leader of Tongtian's voice sounded, "Come in." After Xianqing entered the palace, the sect leader of Tongtian opened his eyes and asked curiously, "Xianqing, why are you free to come here today?" The sect leader of Tongtian paid a lot of attention to Xianqing, the most outstanding disciple. He knew that Xianqing had been stimulated by his good friend's attainment of the Tao. In recent years, Xianqing had been living in seclusion and working hard to cultivate, so that he could reach the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian as soon as possible. Since Xianqing was working so hard, the sect leader of Tongtian naturally could not say anything. He could only support Xianqing silently, and occasionally explain the Tao of the primordial chaos to Xianqing. However, Xianqing did work hard. Although Xianqing's realm was still at the great completeness of the sage-to-be, his aura was more stable. He was not inferior to those great mediums at the peak. This meant that Xianqing had reached the extreme of the sage-to-be realm, and could start to break through the realm of the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. Yes, after the sage-to-be great completeness, Xianqing could break through and become the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. This was the real cultivation sequence. After the sage-to-be realm was the primordial chaos. There was no such thing as a half-step. When Xianqing's realm reached the great completeness, he could break through. The so-called half-step primordial chaos was the result of the failure of breaking through the sage-to-be great completeness to the primordial chaos. They were stronger than the sage-to-be great completeness, but weaker than the real primordial chaos. They were stuck in the middle. Therefore, they were called half-step primordial chaos. Half-step primordial chaos were all failures. As for those who succeeded, they directly attained the Tao, and became the primordial chaos Daluo Jingxian. At this time, Xianqing had reached such a realm. The reason why he could cultivate so fast could only be said that the green lotus of creation was awesome. It was worthy of being the ultimate treasure of creation. The 24th grade green lotus of creation was the #1 auxiliary ultimate treasure of the untainted land. Even the jade plate of creation could not compare with it. Xianqing sat cross-legged on the green lotus. His cultivation increased rapidly like a rocket. In just hundreds of thousands of years, he had reached the extreme of the sage-to-be realm. Xianqing bowed to the sect leader of Tongtian and said, "Master, I am going to reincarnate into the human tribe to practice my own path of great Tao. Therefore, I am here to report to you." Hearing this, the sect leader of Tongtian nodded and said, "That's right. Recently, many great superpowers are going to reincarnate into the human tribe to practice their own path of great Tao and find their own opportunities to attain the Tao. If you reincarnate at this time, you can discuss Tao with them. Maybe you can break through." P.S. Interspersing the two plots. Chapter 861. Do you want me to ask the human sovereign to leave a place for you to be reincarnated? Xianqing shook his head and said, "Master, you have forgotten that I am an immortal master of the human clan. I have been worshipped by the human clan for generations. If I want to be reincarnated into the human clan, even the human sovereign can't stop me." Tongtian smiled and said, "Indeed, I have forgotten that you have a high status in the human clan. You have the destiny of the human clan. Even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors have to respect you when they see you." After chatting with Tongtian for a while, Xianqing didn't forget the purpose of his visit. He said to Tongtian, "Master, I plan to go all in this reincarnation. I will be reincarnated with my original body, not as a strand of true spirit." Suddenly, the prime of Tongtian widened his eyes in shock. This expression shouldn't have appeared on Tongtian's face, but it still appeared. It could be seen that Xianqing's words had shocked Tongtian. "Reincarnated with your original body? Are you crazy?" The prime of Tongtian asked in disbelief. No wonder he was so shocked. What Xianqing said was too shocking. It was too dangerous to reincarnate with one's original body. It would be fine if there was no accident. But if there was an accident, although there was no risk of death, his cultivation would be in danger. At that time, tens of millions of years of cultivation would be gone. It would take at least millions of years to recover. This feeling was even worse than death. Therefore, Tongtian wanted to persuade Xianqing to change his mind. "Xianqing, with your talent, you will achieve Tao sooner or later. Why are you so persistent now? Even if you fail now, there will be a next time, and a time after that. There is no need to do such a dangerous thing and gamble with your cultivation." Tongtian thought that Xianqing must have been stimulated by external factors. Seeing that more and more great mediums were about to achieve Tao, he didn't want to fall behind others. That was why he couldn't wait to achieve Tao. Xianqing shook his head and said, "Master, you don't have to persuade me anymore. I have made up my mind. The idea of reincarnating with my original body was not made on impulse. I have thought about it carefully. Disciple has been in seclusion for many years, and I roamed the river of space-time day and night in search of an opportunity to break through. One day, I had a feeling in my heart and saw the great Tao. I understood that the opportunity to achieve Tao was in this reincarnation." The Tongtian sect leader was silent. Since Xianqing said that this was his chance to achieve Tao, it meant that he had already made up his mind and would not change it easily. Since things had already come to this, the Grand Master of Heaven should not continue to persuade him. However, for some reason he had a bad premonition in his heart. It was as if he would lose this disciple forever if he agreed with Xianqing's decision. Under the influence of such emotions, the prime of Tongtian tried to persuade him again. "Do you really want to do that? Can't you use another method?" Xianqing continued to shake his head and said firmly, "Master, we can't retreat. The Grand Tao is right in front of me. If I retreat, a flaw will appear in my Tao heart. I'm afraid I'll never be able to attain the Tao. Disciple, there is no way out. I can only fight with all my might." Attaining the Tao was a very mysterious thing. If you didn't see the opportunity to attain the Tao, nothing would happen. However, if you saw it, you would give it up because of fear. This fear would be imprinted in your Tao heart. The next time you attain the Tao, it would be magnified infinitely, making you unable to attain the Tao in this life. On the road of Tao, there was no retreat. This was how it was. As soon as he said this, the Tongtian sect leader knew that he could not persuade him. He could only say, "Forget it. It's all up to you." Seeing the Tongtian sect leader's expression, Xianqing could not help but laugh and say, "Master, look at what you're saying. It's as if I will definitely fail. Since I dare to put all my eggs in one basket, I naturally have full confidence. Besides, I'm a great medium. I'll always exist with the heavens and the Tao. I'll never die. So what if I fail? I won't die anyway. At most, I'll start over." But Master's expression makes it seem like you're going to be separated forever. You. The Tongtian sect leader, who was still sulking, was angered by Xianqing. He picked up the horsetail whisk in his hand and was about to hit Xianqing. However, Xianqing smiled and dodged. "Master, you're busy. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first." As he said this, Xianqing left quickly as he was afraid that the Tongtian sect leader would continue to hit him. After Xianqing left, the smile on the Tongtian sect leader's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Although what Xianqing said was the truth, there was still a haze lingering in the Tongtian sect leader's heart. If there was really no problem with this matter, why would he have a bad feeling in his heart? The reincarnation of Xianqing was not that simple. After thinking for a while, the Tongtian sect leader could not think of a reason. In the end, he could not help but sigh, "Forget it. The poor Wei will spend more energy to keep an eye on Xianqing's reincarnation for a while. See what's going to happen to him. If there's really someone who wants to hurt the disciple of the poor Wei, don't blame the Qingping sword in the poor Wei's hand for being ruthless." In the end, the Tongtian sect leader's voice could not help but have a strong murderous intent. Being accompanied by the four immortals slaying swords day and night, how could the Tongtian sect leader not have a murderous intent? Xianqing, who had already walked far away, did not hear what the Tongtian sect leader said just now. If he had heard it, he would probably be moved and be more determined to walk on the road to death, so that he could cut off the relationship between himself and the three pure ones. Really, it could not be delayed any longer. On the way, Xianqing did not notice the situation around him because he had something on his mind. He just kept walking forward until a gentle voice sounded, which woke him up. "Greetings, eldest senior brother." Xianqing looked up and found that the person who called him was the three pure ones. He was about to leave the island, and the three pure ones were about to enter the island. They bumped into each other. "Greetings, junior sisters." Xianqing nodded and greeted the three pure ones. He was about to leave. But at this moment, he heard Yun Xiao ask, "Are you leaving, eldest senior brother?" Xianqing nodded and replied, "Yes." He could not help but stop in his tracks, because he had just remembered something. After this reincarnation, he was destined not to come back. What would happen to the three immortal island? And what about those creatures in the East Sea who were under his protection? Thinking of this, Xianqing suddenly said to the three pure ones, "Junior sisters, can I ask you for a favor?" When the three cloud fairies heard that, they hurriedly replied seriously, "Of course. We owe senior brother a debt of gratitude. Senior brother's matters are our matters. Even if we have to risk our lives, we won't frown." These words made Xianqing a little embarrassed. He quickly said, "Junior sister, you're being too serious. What I want to ask for your help is not a big deal. I just want you to help me take care of the three immortal island and the creatures outside the island while I'm away." "Leave? How long will eldest senior brother be away? Do you need me to help you take care of the three immortal island?" Knowing that Xianqing was going to leave for a while, Yin Xiao quickly asked, "How long would he be away?" Of course, he would never come back. Xianqing replied in his heart. However, he could think that way, but he could not say that out loud. Xianqing pretended to think for a while and said, "How long will he be away? It's hard to say. At least 100 years or 1,000 years. At most, it might be 1,000,000 years." Yin Xiao asked in confusion, "Where is eldest senior brother going? It's actually going to take so long?" Xianqing smiled and pretended to be mysterious as he replied, "You'll know after a while." At this point, before Yin Xiao could ask, Xianqing interrupted, "All right, don't ask about me. Let's talk about whether you agree to my request." Hearing this, the three pure ones hurriedly said, "Junior sister has no reason to refuse senior brother's request. That was an agreement." Although the three pure ones had not reached the realm of the Daoyuo Taoist priests, they were probably not far off, especially when the three of them worked together to set up the Nine Bends Yellow River Array. Even the Khanate Taoist priests would have to suffer. With the three sisters protecting the three immortal island, the safety of the East Sea living beings inside and outside the island was guaranteed. As for why he asked the three pure ones to take care of the three immortal island, and not other junior brothers and sisters, such as Duobao, of course, it was not because the three pure ones were good-looking, but because they were born and raised in the East Sea like Xianqing. With this karma, they would treat the living beings near the three immortal island more attentively. It was because they had the same interests. No matter how deep their relationship was, there would be a day when they were indifferent. Only benefits could last forever. If they asked other junior brothers for help, it would be fine if Xianqing did not show up for 1,000 or 10,000 years. However, if this time was extended to 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 years, and Xianqing did not show up for a long time, no matter how great their relationship was, it would be over. As such, they would abandon these living beings in the East Sea sooner or later if they had no interest in them. However, the three pure ones were different. The East Sea was their natural base, and these living beings in the East Sea would become their subordinates. Therefore, they would be more attentive to the living beings in the East Sea, and would not become estranged because of the passage of time. After all, the living beings near the three immortal island had worshipped Xianqing for tens of millions of years. With this relationship, even if Xianqing left, he would leave a way out for them. In this way, their acquaintance was not in vain. In that case, I'll thank you in advance, junior sisters. Xianqing nodded and thanked the three purities before taking his leave. Just as Xianqing was preparing to arrange the reincarnation matters, some of the great mediums were already fully prepared. They separated a strand of divine sense, and set off to the central divine prefecture to meet the human emperor, and obtain the qualifications to reincarnate from him. This was not difficult. The purpose of doing this was just to tell the human emperor that they were ready to reincarnate, and not to treat them as stowaways and kill them. At the same time, it was also to let the human emperor know who had reincarnated into the human race. It was to prevent them from being accidentally injured when cleaning up later. Those who had greeted the human emperor would naturally have no problem reincarnating. However, those who did not greet the human emperor, but secretly reincarnated, should not blame the human emperor for being ruthless. Destroying a strand of divine sense was still a light punishment. Who knows, they might even follow this strand of divine sense to investigate and find the location of their original body. Whether this was possible or not depended on Feng Zichen's mood. Fellow Taoists, you can reincarnate, but don't kill all your relatives and friends just to cut off the karma. If you really do that, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't say that I didn't warn you. Just before the great mediums reincarnated, Feng Zichen gave them a final warning. It was no wonder that Feng Zichen said so. If these great mediums were to reincarnate into the human race, they would definitely have an additional father, mother, and a bunch of relatives and friends. When the great mediums' thoughts returned to their original bodies, what would happen to their relatives? Could it be that they had to be taken away? Definitely not. Who would be willing to have an additional pair of parents for nothing? Especially these Khanate saints who were born by heaven and earth. Then, in this case, letting these relatives die silently was the best choice. Your Majesty, don't worry. Poor Wei and the others are not people of the devil Dao. How could they do such a heartless thing? In this reincarnation, since Poor Wei and the others have already separated this strand of divine sense, they have no intention of taking it back. In this way, all the karma will be in this strand of divine sense incarnation. When Poor Wei and the others disperse their incarnations, all the karma will disappear, and it will not affect their original bodies. A Taoist said loudly. Hearing this, Feng Zichen nodded and agreed with him. If the divine sense did not return to the original body, then all the experiences and karma in this life would have nothing to do with the original body. Naturally, there would be no more scruples. The so-called parents were the incarnation's parents. What did it have to do with the original body? Glancing at everyone, Feng Zichen said, "Since you all know what to do, I won't say anything else. Fellow Taoists, please do as you please." After saying that, Feng Zichen slashed down with his sword and opened up a huge reincarnation passage in the void. Entering it, one could be reincarnated as a human. As for when to enter, Feng Zichen did not care or ask. It was all up to the powerful cultivators. On the ground, many powerful cultivators were preparing to reincarnate into the human race. It was very lively, and the underground was not calm either. First, a huge spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the reincarnation hall, alarming the entire three realms and attracting the attention of many powerful cultivators. Unfortunately, before these powerful cultivators discovered anything, Goddess Hutu had already activated the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and used the power of reincarnation to envelop the netherworld, sealing it completely so that outsiders could not see anything. However, although they could not see what was happening in the netherworld, everyone could roughly guess. Who else in the primordial world could create such a strong spatial fluctuation other than space ancestral Magus Di Jiang? Thinking back to the origin of heaven and earth that fell from the boundless starry sky before Ziwei the Great sealed it, it was not difficult to guess that it was most likely the return of ancestral Magus Di Jiang. The 12 ancestral Magi palaces had suppressed the primordial world for many years, and had accumulated a lot of power for the return of the ancestral Magus. In addition to the origin of heaven and earth left behind by Ziwei the Great, it would not be difficult for Goddess Hutu to revive ancestral Magus Di Jiang. P.S. Rich woman, where are you? I don't want to work hard anymore. Chapter 862. He just didn't know how much strength Di Jiang had left after his resurrection. How long would it take for him to recover to his peak? Was it 100 years, 10,000 years, or millions of years? Also, since Di Jiang had returned, would his old enemy Di Jun return be far away? The two of them were old enemies. Their luck would naturally be tied together. If one side was resurrected, the other side would most likely be resurrected and returned in a short period of time under the guidance of the aura. It was chaotic. It was all chaotic. Di Jiang and Di Jun had suddenly resurrected. No one knew what kind of changes their resurrection would bring to the current 3 realms. At this moment, the group of powerful beings still didn't know that Di Jun had actually been resurrected and returned long ago. It was just that he was training in the ancient Baron's continent and didn't appear in the 5 continents. If they knew this news, the powerful beings of the primordial world would most likely not be shocked, because the present was different from the past. In the past, Di Jun was the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. His realm was higher than everyone. But now, everyone was about to step into this realm and stand at the same height. As such, they weren't as afraid of Di Jun and Di Jun as before. In short, they had become stronger, and they had confidence in their hearts. The news of Di Jun and Di Jiang's return was like a huge rock suddenly thrown into a calm lake in the current 3 realms. Not only did it cause huge ripples, but it also stirred up the lake water. It caused unknown variables to occur in the established future. These were all irresistible. Although everyone felt helpless, they could only silently adjust their plans to deal with the changing situation in the future. The fluctuations of Di Jiang's recovery also covered up the movements in another place in the nether realm. Just as Goddess Hutu used the power of reincarnation to seal the entire nether realm, the Lord of the Blood Sea, Nether River Patriarch, suddenly walked out of the Blood Sea and came to Fengdu City to visit the Emperor of Fengdu. Nether River Patriarch came to Fengdu City because he had something to ask the Emperor of Fengdu. It seemed that those great masters who were inferior to him had all found their way to Dao and were preparing to ascend to primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. However, he had been standing at the half-step primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian for many years. He was known as the existence closest to the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian in the primordial chaos. However, he had been stuck at the half-step primordial chaos realm and could not advance. The Nether River Patriarch couldn't help but panic. How could he not be anxious? Aside from Dijun and Tai, the Nether River Patriarch was the first among the 3,000 guests of the Purple Cloud Palace to reach half-step origin creation realm. He was far ahead of everyone else. Not too long ago, the Nether River Patriarch had witnessed the heavenly Tao with his own eyes, which allowed him to take a small step forward in his cultivation. He was now only a hair's breadth away from Daoyuo Jingxian. The Nether River Patriarch had thought that he would be able to break through the gap with just a simple seclusion. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. No matter how hard the Nether River Patriarch tried, this gap was like a natural chasm that he could not cross. When the 10 primordial chaos Tao masters preached, the Nether River Patriarch went. When the Daoyuo Heavenly Tao preached, he also went. They all gained something, but he just couldn't break through. Now, all his fellow Taoists had found the opportunity to break through to the primordial chaos realm. Only the Nether River Patriarch was still at a loss. He didn't know when he could break through. His cultivation was about to fall from the first to the last. How could the Nether River Patriarch not be anxious? Also, the fact that he couldn't break through for a long time was about to become a sore point for the Nether River Patriarch. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, he should have broken through long ago, but he just couldn't. The Nether River Patriarch had also deduced the reincarnation verification method, but it was useless to him. He had used all his methods, but he couldn't break through. He checked himself, but he couldn't find the problem. The Nether River Patriarch was worried sick. He couldn't be stuck at the half-step primordial chaos realm for the rest of his life, right? That wouldn't do. If he couldn't break through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, he would die. If Zenyuanzi successfully became the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, he would definitely not let him go. Even if he risked defending the Netherworld realm, he would go to the Blood Sea to kill him. Therefore, the Nether River Patriarch had to achieve the Tao. It was not for anything else but for survival. It should be so. At the bottom of the Blood Sea, the Nether River Patriarch thought about it, and finally walked out of the Blood Sea, and went to Fengdu City. He planned to ask the Emperor of Fengdu if he had a way to solve his problem. It had to be said that Fengdu's acting skills were still good. In addition, with the cooperation of Goddess Hutu, the Nether River Patriarch didn't see any flaws over the years. He still thought that the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was an old antique from the primordial world. Therefore, in the Nether River Patriarch's opinion, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, an old antique, was experienced and knowledgeable. He might be able to find the reason why he didn't understand. Under the guidance of the unseen, the Nether River Patriarch came to Fengdu City. The Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was still at the half-step primordial chaos realm. In terms of strength, he might not be as strong as the Nether River Patriarch. However, his true body was an extraordinary expert at the ninth heaven of primordial chaos. Therefore, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, whose cultivation was only at the half-step primordial chaos realm, already had the characteristics of a primordial chaos realm expert. In terms of realm, he was much higher than the Nether River Patriarch. With this advantage, the Emperor of Fengdu, who was in Fengdu City, had already sensed it when the Nether River Patriarch moved. He sent his disciple, Tongyu, out in advance to welcome the Nether River Patriarch. Netherworld Hierarch, Master has been waiting for you in the Netherworld Hall for a long time. When the Nether River Patriarch approached Fengdu City, Tongyu took the initiative to say. The Nether River Patriarch was shocked when he heard that. He came to Fengdu City on the spur of the moment without any warning. Even so, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was still able to calculate his itinerary. This cultivation was truly astonishing. It was definitely not something an ordinary primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian could do. The Nether River Patriarch was confident that even a saint would find it difficult to calculate his itinerary. However, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu could calculate it. This was very shocking. Although this did not mean that he was stronger than a saint, it was enough to prove that in some aspects, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was better than a saint. Thinking of this, the Nether River Patriarch could not help but be more certain that the Emperor of Fengdu was definitely the incarnation of a senior expert. At the same time, he was more confident about the result of this trip. Perhaps, the Emperor of Fengdu could really solve the doubts in his heart. At this point, the Nether River Patriarch calmed down. He looked at Tong Yu and said unhurriedly, "You are Tong Yu? Fellow Taoist Fengdu's new disciple?" Tong Yu was not afraid of being stared at by the Nether River Patriarch. He replied respectfully, "Yes, I am." Seeing that Tong Yu's expression did not change under his gaze, the Nether River Patriarch's eyes could not help but reveal a hint of admiration. Not bad, not bad. As expected of fellow Taoist Fengdu's disciple. Just this courage has already surpassed many living beings in the three realms. Who was the Nether River Patriarch? He was an innate saint born from the killing intent of heaven and earth. He cultivated the innate Tao of slaughter. His eyes contained boundless killing intent. There were images of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, blood floating in the air, and the corpses of gods and demons lying on the ground. Ordinary Taoist priests would tremble in fear if they were stared at by him. However, Tong Yu's expression did not change. It was clear that he was extraordinary. You are the first innate god and demon born from the ghost Tao. If there are no accidents, it will not be difficult for you to become a great divinity in the future. It is also not impossible for you to strive for the supreme primordial chaos Tao realm. After praising Tong Yu, the Nether River Patriarch took out a blood-colored lotus seed and handed it to Tong Yu. The sea of blood is so filthy that it is difficult to breed treasures. Therefore, I don't have anything good in my hands. Only this red lotus seed can be taken out. I will give you one as a meeting gift. Although Tong Yu was born later and was a living being of the three realms, he was also a person who was well-read. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with the few precious treasures of the Nether realm. In the Nether realm, apart from the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Disc, the most precious treasures were the 4 great spiritual treasures in the Nether River Patriarch's hands. They were the Supreme Grade Khanate Merit Numinous Treasure, the Northern Mystic Origin Water Control Flag, the 12th rank Red Lotus of Hellfire, and the 2 Khanate Killing Swords, Yuan-Tu and Abi. In the Emperor of Fengdu's handwriting, he held the 12th rank Red Lotus of Hellfire in high esteem. It was said that its power was comparable to Khanate Absolute Treasures, and was a rare treasure in the world. Therefore, Tong Yu, who had read the Emperor of Fengdu's handwriting, was very familiar with the 12th rank Red Lotus of Hellfire, even though he had never seen it. The Red Lotus seed was the seed of the Red Lotus of Hellfire. It was divided into the first, second, and third generations, corresponding to the superior grade, medial grade, and inferior grade Khanate spiritual treasures. Tong Yu identified it with the method written by the Emperor of Fengdu, and found that the lotus seed given by the Nether River Patriarch was the first generation lotus seed. In other words, if the red lotus seed was nurtured properly, it would at least be a superior grade Khanate spiritual treasure. It was even possible for it to be a supreme grade Khanate spiritual treasure. What was a great gift? This was it. The Nether River Patriarch was indeed the richest person in the Nether realm. It was hard to refuse such a great gift. Tong Yu also knew that a big shot like the Nether River Patriarch would not go back on his words. If he said that he would give the red lotus seed, then he would definitely give it away. Therefore, Tong Yu did not pretend to refuse. He accepted the red lotus seed and thanked the Nether River Patriarch. "Thank you for the gift, Martial Uncle." At this time the Nether River Patriarch laughed. "Haha, the poor way likes you more and more. You are much better than those idiots from the Ashura tribe. It's also because you have already taken fellow Taoist Fengdu as your master. Otherwise, I would have snatched you over to be my disciple." At this point, the Nether River Patriarch could not help but complain. It's also the poor way's luck has been bad recently. There are Khanate godfiends being born everywhere in the three realms. Only my blood sea has not shown any signs of activity. It's really infuriating. With that, the Nether River Patriarch shook his head and followed Tong Yu into Fengdu City to meet the Emperor of Fengdu at the Nether Hall. Nether Hall. If the Hall of Reincarnation was the sacred ground of the Nether realm, the Nether Hall was the center of power in the Nether realm. It was named after the Nether Hall, which showed its status. After leading the Nether River Patriarch to the Nether Hall, Tongyu consciously retreated. The Nether River Patriarch, on the other hand, stepped into the Nether Hall alone. Looking at the Nether River Patriarch who stepped into the hall, the Emperor of Fengdu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Nether River, why do you have time to come to the poor Wei's place?" Hearing that, the Nether River Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist Fengdu, why do you ask when you already know the answer? The matter of achieving the Tao is really difficult for the poor Wei." The Nether River Patriarch did not hide his purpose since he had a favor to ask. He directly stated his purpose of coming. At the same time, he also knew that since the other party had predicted his return, he naturally guessed his purpose of coming. In that case, there was no point in hiding his purpose of coming. It was better to say it openly. Hearing the Nether River Patriarch's words, the Emperor of Fengdu immediately fell silent. It was not that he did not know the crux of the Nether River Patriarch's problem. On the contrary, it was because he knew the crux of the Nether River Patriarch's inability to achieve the Tao that he could not say it. It was not that the Nether River Patriarch could not achieve the Tao, but that he had missed the opportunity to achieve the Tao. At the end of the Primeval Age, before the 5 continents were established, the Primeval Age had 2 earth-shattering battles with the Chaos Demon Gods in the Primeval Age. Nearly 20 Chaos Demon Gods were involved in this. And these 2 battles with the Chaos Demon Gods were the opportunities for the Nether River Patriarch to achieve the Primeval Age of Chaos Daoyuo Jinxian. However, he did not realize it himself, so he missed 2 opportunities in a row. That was why he could not achieve the Tao. How could the third opportunity to achieve the Tao be so easy to wait? As for why the Emperor of Fengdu did not remind the Nether River Patriarch at that time, it was not that he had a problem with the Nether River Patriarch, but he did not realize it at that time. It was only when he saw that the Nether River Patriarch could not achieve the Tao that he figured it out. Seeing the hesitation on the Emperor of Fengdu's face, the Nether River Patriarch immediately guessed that he indeed knew the reason, but he could not say it out loud. Taking a deep breath, the Nether River Patriarch bowed to the Emperor of Fengdu and said somewhat pleadingly, "Fellow Taoist, please tell me the reason why the poor Wei could not achieve the Tao." Sigh. The Emperor of Fengdu sighed and said slowly, "The poor Wei has known you for many years. Seeing that you are stuck at the last half step, I am also very anxious for you. So in recent years the poor Wei has been thinking, fellow Taoist, your realm is already enough, but why can't you achieve the Tao? I've thought about it for a long time and finally figured out some ideas." Hearing this, although the Nether River Patriarch was excited, he still held back and did not speak. He patiently waited for the Emperor of Fengdu to say the reason. However, at this moment, the Emperor of Fengdu suddenly asked him, "Fellow Taoist, do you still remember the 2 battles with the Chaos Demon Gods?" The Nether River Patriarch was stunned. Although he did not know what this question had to do with his Tao, he still replied, "Of course I remember. In the battle in the chaos beyond the heavens, the poor Wei was able to glimpse the heavenly Tao, and his cultivation improved greatly. The battle in the wilderness officially confirmed the current situation of the 3 realms. These were earth-shattering events that could not be forgotten even if he wanted to." Of course, the Nether River Patriarch remembered. Sigh. After a long sigh, the Emperor of Fengdu said helplessly, "Fellow Taoist Nether River, these 2 battles were your opportunity to achieve the Tao, but you missed them one by one." As soon as Fengdu said that, not only did Patriarch Nether River not feel relieved, but he became even more confused. Why did his opportunity to achieve the Tao should be in these 2 battles with the Chaos Demon Gods? He did not feel anything at all. The Nether River Patriarch could not help but ask, "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Could it be that the poor Wei's delay in achieving the Tao is related to these 2 battles?" Chapter 863. Instead of answering Nether River Patriarch's question, Fengdu asked, "What Tao do you cultivate?" Nether River Patriarch blurted out, "The Tao of Massacre and the Khanate Blood Tao." Nodding, Emperor Fengdu replied, "How about these 2 great Taos?" This time, Nether River Patriarch thought for a while before replying, "The The Tao of Massacre is unparalleled. In terms of lethality, it should be in the top 3 in the primordial world. That's why the Tao of Massacre harms the harmony of heaven and earth, and is difficult to achieve. The Khanate blood Tao uses blood to trace back to the beginning of all living beings. Comprehending the true drop of life can also transform all living beings with blood. It's also the most superior great Tao in the primordial world, and is difficult to cultivate. Fengdu Ghost Emperor agreed. Yes, both the Tao of Massacre and the Khanate blood Tao are top-notch great Taos in the primordial world with unparalleled power. Once they achieve Tao, they will definitely bring you an unimaginable transformation. However, as you said, these 2 great Taos are too harmful to the harmony of heaven and earth. Therefore, the heavenly Tao doesn't want anyone to achieve this Tao, which makes the conditions for achieving Tao extremely harsh. Speaking of this, Fengdu Ghost Emperor suddenly stood up and looked at Nether River Patriarch, saying in a deep voice, according to the results of the Poor Way's many years of deduction, those who cultivate the Tao of Massacre have to kill a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian to achieve Tao. Similarly, those who cultivate the Khanate blood Tao have to devour the blood of a primordial chaos Daoyuo Jinxian to achieve Tao. In this case, do you understand why I said that the 2 battles with the Chaos Fiend God were your opportunities to attain the Tao, fellow Taoist? Emperor Fengdu's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Nether River Patriarch's heart, making him speechless for a long time. It was indeed too shocking. Nether River Patriarch had never thought that the 2 Khanate Taos he cultivated were so difficult to achieve. If he had known this, he would have still chosen to cultivate the Khanate blood Tao and the Tao of Massacre. Don't ask why, because they were too strong. After a while, Nether River Patriarch smiled bitterly and said, I see. No wonder you said that the 2 battles were my opportunities to achieve Tao. Yes, it was an opportunity to attain the Tao. It was also an opportunity to pick up scraps. At that time, nearly 20 Chaos Fiend gods had been beaten to the brink of death by a group of primordial chaos experts of the untainted land. As long as the Nether River Patriarch had hardened his heart and seized the opportunity to give the Chaos Demon God a final blow at all costs, he would have attained Tao by now and would not be stuck at half-step primordial chaos like he was now. After an unknown period of time, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly said in a daze, fellow Taoist, do you think the Poor Way still has a chance of attaining Tao? At this moment, the old master Nether River was truly in despair. He felt that the future was bleak, without a single bit of light in sight. The Nether River Patriarch was confident that he could defeat a primordial Daoyuo Jinxian, but he could not kill a primordial Daoyuo Jinxian. It was not that easy to kill a primordial chaos expert. Even if he fought at all costs, he could only determine victory and defeat, not life and death. Not to mention primordial Daoyuo Jinxian, the Nether River Patriarch might not even be able to kill a primordial chaos expert of the same level. The higher the level, the harder it was to kill. That was true. The Emperor of Fengdu was speechless as he looked at the despairing Nether River Patriarch. No one had missed 2 opportunities to attain Tao in a row. According to the Nether River Patriarch's situation, it was indeed very difficult for him to attain Tao. After all, the previous 2 situations were extremely rare. It would be very difficult for it to happen a 3rd time. How could there be so many Chaos Fiend gods lying down for the Nether River Patriarch to kill? The Emperor of Fengdu opened his mouth and wanted to comfort the Nether River Patriarch. However, he did not know what to say and could only turn into endless silence. Silence. A long silence. Just as the Nether River Patriarch's heart was gradually dying, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu's heart suddenly thumped like never before. At the same time, scenes of the future appeared in the Emperor of Fengdu's mind one after another. It was an extremely tragic battle, and the location of the battle was in the Nether Realm. At some point in time, large patches of brilliant golden light suddenly appeared in the dark Nether Realm. The golden light was peaceful and domineering. Wherever it passed, all living beings that were illuminated by it, no matter what kind of expression they had before, would have a peaceful expression afterwards. Although this golden light had never appeared in the primordial chaos, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu recognized its origin at first glance. It was the light of Buddha, the purest light of Buddha. Why would the light of Buddha appear in the nether realm? The ghost emperor of Fengdu suddenly looked up and saw that at the end of the nether realm, several figures shrouded in bright light of Buddha were besieging an emperor wearing a crown. That emperor had the appearance of the Fengdu ghost emperor. Turning his head to look in another direction, the ghost emperor of Fengdu saw the Nether River Patriarch, but his situation was not good. He was fighting with Zhen Yuanzi, who had already attained the Tao, and was firmly suppressed by the other party. It would not be long before he would end up being suppressed. As he continued to observe the battlefield, the ghost emperor of Fengdu realized that almost all the Nether Realm experts were targeted. Wait, no, not all of them. Goddess Hutu and Ancestral Witch Xianming were not there. Thinking of this, the emperor of Fengdu scanned the battlefield. Then he saw the figure of Goddess Hutu in the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, at this moment, Goddess Hutu's situation was not good. The Taiji diagram, Panga's banner, and the Bell of Chaos, these 3 great heaven-opening treasures were summoned at the same time. They turned into the shape of a giant axe in the sky and suppressed the 6 paths of reincarnation, so that Goddess Hutu could not help the Nether Realm. As for Ancestral Witch Xianming, the Emperor of Fengdu also saw him. He was in the Nanzhan Department continent, leading a group of grand shamans to invade the demon race. The current situation was very obvious. The Buddhist sect was invading the Nether Realm on a large scale. They wanted to suppress all the experts of the Nether Realm, so that they could take the Nether Realm into their own sphere of influence. As for why the Buddhist sect wanted to invade the Nether Realm, the reason was very simple. It was written in the teachings of the Buddhist sect. Boom! Just as the Emperor of Fengdu was thinking, he heard a shocking explosion. The Emperor of Fengdu, who was surrounded by several figures shrouded in Buddhist light, was smashed into pieces. At the same time, with the death of the ghost Emperor of Fengdu, all the images shattered. Suddenly coming back to his senses, the Emperor of Fengdu's expression was very ugly. That's right. Anyone who knew that they were besieged to death would be in a bad mood. Although he was just an incarnation, it was not a big deal if he died. Moreover, the future shown in the images might not come true. However, the Emperor of Fengdu was still unhappy. In the images of the future, the human race did not intervene in this battle. It was not that the human race and the sorcerer race had become enemies, but the future shown in the images had many limitations. It could not be done in all aspects. It could only predict the future that was most likely to come true. This was foreseeing the future. It was an ability that Feng Zichen naturally possessed after he reached the 9th heaven of Hunyuan realm. As long as anyone whose cultivation was lower than Feng Zichen's, as long as they had the intention to scheme against him, Feng Zichen would be able to sense it. Fengdu and Feng Zichen were at the same time, so they naturally had this ability. However, the strength of the 2 saints, Zhuanti and Zhuanti, was far inferior to Feng Zichen. Therefore, when the 2 saints of the West had the intention to scheme against the ghost emperor of Fengdu, he had sensed it. The Buddhist sect is invading the Nether Realm on a large scale. Very well, Zhuanti, I haven't gone to find trouble with you, but you have come to find trouble with me first. You are really courting death. Let's have a good time. What CG saw just now was that the anger in the Emperor of Fengdu's heart could not stop rising. With other incarnations around and the imminent resurrection of Dijiang, the future scene that the ghost Emperor of Fengdu had seen just now was almost impossible to realize. However, the fact that the 2 saints of the West had schemed against him was real. It could not be faked at all. This made the Emperor of Fengdu very angry. In order not to expose his identity, he had already suppressed his anger, and did not go to find trouble with the 2 saints of the West. But even so, the other party dared to take the initiative to come to him. How dare they? The Emperor of Fengdu was furious, so he wanted to take revenge. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Since the 2 saints of the West dared to scheme against him, then they could not blame him for scheming back. The abnormality of the Emperor of Fengdu naturally could not be hidden from the perception of the Nether River Patriarch. In the eyes of the Nether River Patriarch, the Emperor of Fengdu was first absent-minded for a moment, then he suddenly came back to his senses. As if he had been greatly stimulated, his expression became uncertain. Curious about the change in the Emperor of Fengdu, the Nether River Patriarch asked in a hoarse voice, "Fellow Taoist, did something happen? Why did you lose your composure like this?" The Emperor of Fengdu waved his hand and was about to say that it was nothing, but suddenly his expression froze. Then he revealed an ecstatic expression and said to the Nether River Patriarch excitedly, "Fellow Taoist, Poor Wei has thought of a way to let you attain the Tao." Hearing this, the Nether River Patriarch was stunned, as if he did not dare to be confident. But soon he reacted and hurriedly asked the Emperor of Fengdu, "What method have you thought of?" Ahem. After calming himself down, the Emperor of Fengdu regained his calm and composed appearance. Then he said to the Nether River Patriarch, "The method is actually not difficult. With your strength, it is not difficult for you to do it. However, whether you want to do it or not depends on whether you are brave enough." Hearing what the Emperor of Fengdu said, the Nether River Patriarch suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. But in the end, his desire to attain the Tao suppressed the bad feeling in his heart. He said to the Emperor of Fengdu, "Fellow Taoist, just tell me what method you have. Poor Wei has no way out now. If you can't attain the Tao, you will definitely face a situation of certain death in the future. So fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about anything. As long as you can attain the Tao, even if you have to attack a saint, the Poor Wei will not hesitate. All right." The Emperor of Fengdu nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are right. If you want to attain the Tao, you have to attack a saint. Kill a saint to become a primordial chaos." The Emperor of Fengdu said boldly, but the Nether River Patriarch was not frightened. He only said in a deep voice, "Please tell me the details of how to do it." The Nether River Patriarch did not think that the Emperor of Fengdu said that he would really kill a saint. Thinking about it, he knew that it was unrealistic and impossible. He could not even kill a Taoist master who had just entered the primordial chaos, let alone a saint who was stronger than most of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. If they really fought, it would be good if the other party did not kill him. The Emperor of Fengdu smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, you are one of the few powerhouses in the celestial sect of wonders. You have always understood the method of killing 3 corpses better than the Poor Wei. In that case, the Poor Wei would like to ask fellow Taoist, is the 3 corpses avatar considered one with the main body?" The Nether River Patriarch nodded subconsciously and said, "Of course. The 3 corpses are also a part of the body. In the future, they will have to be taken back after attaining the Tao. If they are not one, how can they be integrated?" At this point, the Nether River Patriarch seemed to have understood something. He suddenly raised his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, you mean to let the Poor Wei kill a saint avatar?" The Emperor of Fengdu replied, "Yes. Indeed, with the Nether River Patriarch's current strength, trying to kill a saint was no different from committing suicide. However, it was much easier to kill the 3 corpses avatar of a saint. As everyone knew, although the 3 corpses avatar was strong, it could not reach the level of the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. With the Nether River Patriarch's strength, he could even fight against a primordial chaos powerhouse. If he was well prepared, it would not be difficult to kill a saint avatar if he was caught off guard. The 3 corpses avatar was one with the saint. If the Nether River Patriarch could kill it, he could be considered as close to killing a saint. And a saint would only be stronger than the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, not weaker than the primordial Daoyuo Jingxian. Therefore, after killing the saint avatar, the Nether River Patriarch's Tao of Slaughter would be complete. He would then attain the Tao and break through to become the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Similarly, if he could refine the flesh and blood of the saint avatar, the Nether River Patriarch's Khanate blood Tao would also be complete. By then, the Nether River Patriarch's strength would soar as the primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. Compared to these gains, offending a saint was nothing at all. After thinking about it, the Nether River Patriarch said, "This method is feasible, but who should I target?" At this moment, the Emperor of Fengdu laughed. Who could he target? It had to be the 2 saints of the West. This was retribution for daring to scheme against him. I'll kill one of your avatars first and make you the laughingstock of the primordial world. After that, I'll slowly settle the score with you. Walking to the Nether River Patriarch, the Emperor of Fengdu whispered, pick the weak. Since you want to target a saint, you must target the weakest one. Then the Emperor of Fengdu analyzed for him. The 3 pure ones are said to be separated, but the brothers are against the wall. If you target the 3 pure ones, it's hard to guarantee that the 3 of them will not join forces to deal with you. Therefore, the 3 pure ones are not desirable. The Nether River Patriarch nodded and said, what you said makes sense. The Emperor of Fengdu continued to analyze. Niwa won't do either. She seems to be alone, but she has the entire human race as her backing. If they really fight, the 3 pure ones may not be her match. Chapter 864. Therefore the only target you can choose to attack is Saint Juan-Ti. Firstly, although the 2 sages of the West seem powerful, they are not on the same side as us Pengu gods. They are rootless duckweeds in the primordial world, and are not accepted by everyone. Even if they suffer losses, no one will stand up for them. Secondly, Saint Juan-Ti is the weakest. Only by attacking him will you have a higher chance of success. Thirdly, which is also the most important point, among the 6 sages, only Saint Juan-Ti's incarnation often appears in the 3 realms. The incarnations of the other sages rarely appear. If you want to attack, you can only find Saint Juan-Ti's incarnation. After listening to the Emperor of Fengdu's analysis, Patriarch Mingi felt that it was quite reasonable. You are right. The 2 sages of the West, as the descendants of the Chaos Demon God, not only appeared in the primordial world openly, but they also stole the position of sages. It is really hateful. If I can find a chance to kill one of their incarnations and make the West lose face, even if I can't achieve Tao, I can at least vent my anger. Patriarch Mingi was also very dissatisfied with the 2 sages of the West. After all, he was an innate saint born from Pengu's filthy blood. Although he was not an authentic Pengu, he still had Pengu's bloodline. He was innately disgusted with the descendants of the Chaos Demon God. Patriarch Mingi, who did not like the 2 sages of the West, was even more displeased after learning about their identities. That was to say, he was not strong enough. Otherwise, he would have killed his way to Mount Meru in the West. Patriarch Min was also an impatient person. After he made up his mind, he wanted to leave right away. Thank you for clearing my doubts, brother. If I have any achievements in the future, I won't forget the kindness of your guidance today. But now the poor way is eager to achieve Tao, so I will go to the Nether Blood Sea to make arrangements. Coincidentally, the Nether Blood Sea is not far from the West. When the poor way finds a place, I will lure the incarnation of Ancestor Juan-Ti here, and kill him with the Blood Sea. Seeing that the Nether River Patriarch was so anxious, the Emperor of Fengdu understood his eagerness to attain the Tao. However, he still advised, fellow Nether River Patriarch, you are too anxious. You are showing signs of entering the calamity. How could the incarnation of a saint be so easy to kill? Even if his strength is inferior to yours, is the incarnation of Saint Juan-Ti dead? Is it made of wood? Can he just watch as fellow Taoist kills his incarnation? Of course not. If the incarnation is in danger, Saint Juan-Ti will definitely sense it immediately and save it. At that time, it's not certain who will be hunting who. After listening to the Emperor of Fengdu's words, the Nether River Patriarch calmed down. He knew that he had been too anxious to attain the Tao, so much so that he could not calm his emotions. His Tao heart fluctuated too much, and almost attracted the tribulation of Tao attainment. There were tribulations when one was trying to prove their Tao. Naturally, there were also tribulations when one achieved their Tao, and they were even more terrifying. This was the tribulation of destruction. The great Tao was destroyed, and the true spirit merged with the world. From then on, it existed with the world, undying and indestructible. At the same time, it would completely lose its consciousness and be assimilated by the world. Although this was not considered death, in fact it was no different from death. Moreover, it was a complete death, the kind that could not return. The path of Tao attainment was difficult, difficult, and difficult. The slightest carelessness could lead to the risk of martyrdom. This was not just a saying. However, although the tribulation of destruction was terrifying, in fact, this tribulation was rarely triggered. The probability of 1 in 1,000 primordial chaos experts triggering it was already very high. This was a tribulation that only existed in legends. However, although the tribulation of destruction had never appeared, it did not mean that it did not exist. In this world, there were always unlucky people. If someone was unlucky, they might encounter the tribulation of destruction. Take the Nether River Patriarch for example. After missing 2 opportunities to attain the Tao in a row, he was already on the verge of death. The next time he tried to prove his Tao, he might attract the tribulation of destruction if he was not careful. At the same time, if the Nether River Patriarch still failed in his 3rd attempt to attain the Tao, then it would be difficult for him to attain the Tao in this life. Because the 4th time he attained the Tao, he would definitely trigger the tribulation of destruction. The first time he attained the Tao, there was almost no possibility of triggering the tribulation of destruction. However, the 2nd time he attained the Tao, he might encounter it. The 3rd time, he could clearly sense the tribulation of destruction. The 4th time, he was destined to trigger the tribulation of destruction. The more times he failed to attain the Tao, the greater the possibility of triggering the tribulation of destruction. The Nether River Patriarch really had no way out. If he could not attain the Tao this time, he would not be able to attain the Tao in this life. Therefore, he was abnormally anxious. However, it was also because of this that he should be calmer. Every time there was a major event, he needed to be calm. After calming down, the Nether River Patriarch thanked the Emperor of Fengdu. "Thank you for the reminder, Taoist brother. It was the poor Wei who lost her composure. But how should we deal with Saint Xuanti? The poor Wei is no match for him at all." Moreover, among the people the poor Wei knows, the only one who can stop Saint Xuanti is Goddess Hutu. It seems that I have to ask Goddess Hutu for help. I just don't know if she is willing to help. Thinking of Saint Xuanti, the Nether River Patriarch felt a headache, because he was really no match for him. If not for the Netherworld Blood Sea, he would have been killed in a single blow. Hearing that the Nether River Patriarch wanted to ask Goddess Hutu for help, the Emperor of Fengdu could not help but shake his head. If the Nether River Patriarch really gave up his pride and asked Goddess Hutu for help, Goddess Hutu would most likely agree. However, it was definitely not now. At the moment, Dijiang had just returned, and Goddess Hutu's main energy had to be placed on him. Only after Dijiang's strength recovered would he be able to help the Nether River Patriarch. However, that would be many years later. The Nether River Patriarch might not be able to wait. Moreover, when that time came, he might not need Goddess Hutu's help. With a mysterious smile, the Emperor of Fengdu said, "Fellow Taoist Nether River, don't be impatient. The poor Wei predicted that within 10,000 years, there will be an unprecedented change in the Western sect. At that time, your chance will come." The Nether River Patriarch was puzzled and asked, "What change?" The Emperor of Fengdu shook his head and said, "The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed." While the Nether River Patriarch and the Emperor of Fengdu were discussing, the Central Divine Prefecture of the 5 great continents welcomed an unprecedented change. It was the reincarnation of a great divine power that had descended. Boom, boom, boom. Almost every once in a while, the destiny of the Central Divine Prefecture would shake, causing the fixed future to change. At the same time, every time the destiny of the Central Divine Prefecture shook, the rest of the destiny in the world would gather towards this place. Later on, the destiny of the 3 realms all gathered in the Central Divine Prefecture. Not only that, even the various famous mountains, rivers, grotto heavens, and blessed lands that had long moved away from the ground and escaped into the depths of the void, which were the dojos of the great divine power, also separated a wisp of destiny and gathered in the Central Divine Prefecture. At this moment, the destiny of the Central Divine Prefecture could be said to be the highest in the 3 realms. Even the heavenly court could not compare to it. Such a huge amount of destiny also caused an unknown change in the Central Divine Prefecture. Its future became chaotic, and no one could see through it. Under the gathering of destiny, Countless people with great destiny, heroes were born. There were many heroes, and no one was willing to submit to the others. Naturally, countless troubles were born. In just a few short decades, several countries in the Central Divine Prefecture were destroyed, and dynasties changed. That's right. Feng Zichen still used the feudal system to rule the country. Under the Human Dao Imperial Court, there were hundreds of thousands of vassal states of various sizes. These states varied in size. Although they all had their own systems, the Human Dao Imperial Court reigned supreme. All of them had to follow the orders of the Human Dao Imperial Court and submit to the jurisdiction of the Human Dao Imperial Court. Every 100 years, they even had to offer offerings to the Human Dao Imperial Court. Of course, in reality, the Human Dao Imperial Court rarely interfered in the internal affairs of these vassal states. Most of the time, they were autonomous. Unless they really could not stand it anymore. For example, when the ruler of a vassal state caused the people to be angry and the Human Dao Imperial Court noticed, the Human Dao Imperial Court would intervene, depose the ruler, and appoint a better ruler. Although the feudal system was outdated, in the current environment it was the best choice. Who did not want to be the human emperor? It could be said that every human had the dream of becoming the human emperor. They wanted to become the human emperor of the generation, and command the primeval land and all the races in the universe. Feng Zichen was very supportive of the idea of his clansmen. After all, only with ambition would there be motivation. Only then would the clansmen be forced to work harder in cultivation. If the path to advancement was blocked, the clansmen would lose their future. Then they would lose the motivation to cultivate. The entire race would appear lifeless. In this way, the race would not be far from decline. Making a name for oneself and accomplishing great deeds was the nature of the human race. Any force that dared to suppress the nature of the clansmen would be crushed by the angry clansmen and become the dust of history. Feng Zichen naturally did not want to see this happen. Therefore, in the early days of his rule, he did not choose a centralized system. Instead, he used a more ancient feudal system. Of course, Feng Zichen also made some changes to the so-called feudal system. He created 5 new noble titles under the human king. From high to low, they were Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Baron. These 5 noble titles could not be conferred unless one had made great contributions. Those with noble titles were the dukes of the human race. Only dukes were qualified to establish a country. Among them, the country established by a baron was the smallest. It was a small country. The country established by a viscount was a viscount. The country established by a count was a count. The country established by a marquis was a marquis. The country established by a duke was a dukedom. Above the duke was the human king. The human king did not need to establish a country, because they themselves had supreme power to assist the human emperor in ruling all races. If the human emperor was not around, the human king would be the master of the human emperor. It could be said that the human king was a small version of the human emperor. A more vivid way of saying it was that the human king was a strong competitor for the human emperor. If the human emperor abdicated, the next human emperor would be born from the human kings. Commoner, baron, viscount, count, divine marquis, duke, human king, and human emperor. These 8 levels were the promotion path of the human race. A mortal, from the moment of birth, was an ordinary commoner. Then, through diligent cultivation, he could increase his strength and establish a career, step by step increasing his rank from a commoner to a baron, then to a viscount, then to an earl, then to a marquis, as long as one was willing to work hard. In theory, everyone had a chance to become the human emperor, although it was very slim. However, it was precisely this slim chance that inspired generations of humans to work hard in cultivation and expand the territory of the human race, slowly increasing the strength of the human race. Now, in the Central Divine Province, there were many big countries and many small ones. It was the result of the efforts of generations of humans. Under the human emperor, there were 3 human kings, 36 duke, 108 divine marquis, and countless counts, viscounts, and barons. All of them showed the prosperity of the Central Divine Province. One had to know that times had changed. In the past, Daoyuo Taoist priests could become a human king. But now, no matter how weak a human king was, he was at least a quasi-saint. As for the duke, every one of them was a Khanate Taoist priests. As for the divine marquis, they were perfected Khanate Dao lords. The 3 human kings were 3 quasi-saints. 36 grand dukes meant 36 Khanate Dao masters. The 108 divine marquis were 108 perfected Khanate Dao lords. And this was only the forces on the surface of the central divine province. 3 sovereign personages and 36 grand dukes did not mean that the central divine prefecture only had 3 pre-saints. Of the 36 zenith heaven holy lords, there would always be a portion of them who pursued the Tao wholeheartedly, and did not want to go through hardships in the mortal world. Therefore, these people didn't enter the human emperor as officials. Instead, they lived in seclusion in the various famous mountains and rivers of the central divine province. They either cultivated in seclusion, oversaw a region, or founded a sect. In short, there were people doing all kinds of things. Within the central divine province, there were many countries, each of them doing their own thing. As a result, there were many conflicts between the various vassals, and sometimes, wars would break out. Almost every once in a while, an old vassal state would disappear, and a new one would be established. Of course, these referred to the small countries. After reaching the level of a marquisate, there were very few that were destroyed. As for the duchies, since their appearance, their numbers had only increased and never decreased. With the Daoyuo Taoist priests overseeing them, the duchies were almost eternal. They might be weak for a while, but there was no risk of them being destroyed. As for the chaotic wars between the countries, Feng Zichen's attitude had always been to ignore them. As long as there wasn't a large-scale massacre of the common people, there was no sign of the human emperor among the countries. Only in chaotic times could true experts be born. Feng Zichen had always believed in this. Therefore, he clearly had the ability to stop the chaotic wars between the countries, but he had never done so. Feng Zichen wanted to use the chaotic wars between the countries to give birth to true experts for the human race. Without experiencing a storm of blood and wandering between life and death, how could one become a true expert? Peace would only make people gradually comfortable. Only danger could motivate people to continuously improve. If all the countries developed peacefully and lived in harmony with each other, then why would Feng Zichen need to give out titles? Wouldn't it be better to just centralize power? After the birth of the countries, there would be a large number of experts born for the human race. That was why Feng Zichen adopted the feudal system. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.